What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an excellent morning, evening, afternoon, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is May the 5th, 2026. What is it? It's Tuesday. Yeah, it's supposed to be Newsday Tuesday, except we didn't finish everything yesterday. So we got the drama. It's not drama, though. I don't know. It's more than drama. It's more than drama. It's so much chat. It's also really hot here and really humid, right? Humidity and heat don't usually collide in Thailand except at this exact time of the year. But I'm trying to like just ride the wave of sweat, really, that I'm dealing with. I got my little oh, it's so much relief. This little panda bear, chat. Oh my god, the panda bear's not happy. The panda bear needs more juice, more energy, chat. Everyone in Thailand needs more energy. This fucking Straight of Hormuz thing is fucking up the whole world. Now you can probably hear the effect of the voice. Oh my god, what are we doing? Oh, that's a vibe too. That's a vibe too. Okay, what am I trying to, yeah, get music that backgrounds. That's my quest in life, chat. Find background music that actually backgrounds, like this. That's a perfect background music. Oh my god, right? The only danger with that music is it's gonna maybe hypnotize you, but yeah, little panda face, chat. Like a panda with a mean face! Oh my god, or like bread that's too hard. Does anybody remember this? Chat energy, I don't know. Is the chat got the energy? I've got the energy right now. Yeah, it is just around noontime. Oh my god, this doesn't have the energy. Yeah, live from Thailand. No wonder my streaming schedule is so strange. It's a strange schedule. It's a schedule that is strange and annoying too, right? Because it's just literally, I'm like 12 hours most of the year. I am literally 12 hours off from the East Coast. And 15 hours off from the West Coast, where I used to live, right? It'd be one thing if I had moved here from New York or wherever, and I was just having, well, no, still I'd be like an hour off right now. Yeah, because Thailand does not have daylight savings time. I was always raised, you know, whatever we'd ask, why do we do daylight savings time? They'd say like, well, it's not as important anymore, but back in the day, it was like for the farmers, right? It's for the farmers are somehow helped by the daylight savings time. There's farmers here, and no daylight. I don't know if that makes sense, chat. I don't know if anything makes sense, but I'm trying to keep it together with a cold drink. I've got actually 4 cold drinks. Holy shit, chat. I came prepared. Yeah, people are asking like, why does she take so long? Boom, boom. Hutch is a funny guy. That's a lot of funnies. That's like 5 funnies. Vox Populi. Indeed, Direful. Thanks for, yeah, Direful and Will, thanks for getting us started today. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. But yeah, we got into this Taylor Lorenz Hutch drama. I guess the cast of Live and Learn invited her over. I swear to God, they've had her on before, right? I think they've debated her, and generally when these guys like, or Destiny's debated against Taylor or about Chorus, that one was a disaster for him. Although Destiny fans, if you're here, right, they're definitely in my comments now. Holy shit, yesterday's stream provided apparently some entertainment. Apparently some watch hours were logged on my video yesterday from people who don't like me. So welcome, that's okay. That's okay, it's all, it's all ad revenue at the end of the day. Whether you love me or hate me, or you leave mean comments in the, down below, it is all money in my pocket. So thank you. I saw those comments; they were so mad. Yeah, they were a little bit angry. And I don't know. I don't know if we want to say hate watchers are welcome. That opens up a portal. That opens up a door. You know who, like Pisco's communities like this. Oh yeah, chat. I remember. I looked at my video from yesterday. Yeah, maybe they should. I'm surprised they didn't call me like a cadaver or something in the comments, right? Because, like, what am I looking for? Hub. It's called Hub. All right, I use the hub to alter the picture that you're seeing before you. I took sharpness off once. Like, I was like, you know what? The sharpness, it's ugly. I don't like it. And people noticed. People were like, is the picture fuzzy? Is the resolution getting lower? No, wait. Okay, wait. So I'm trying to get myself, like, I don't want to be yellow, okay? But I was like a little bit blue. I was blue. Okay, let's see, put it here. And we can just up the, oh my God. Look at that, that's like, I feel like that's too yellow. Oh, that's what's wrong, fuck. Oh, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. All right, so let's take a look at this. Am I too yellow? Am I too blue? I don't know, chat. You tell me. Panda. Oh, the panda needs more energy. Send your energy to the panda so that the panda can keep me cool during stream. But for now, I'm just gonna try an ice cold drink here. Okay, panda, we're gonna charge you up. There we go. The panda is charging. Wait, can the panda blow while it's charging? Or no, is that not allowed? Wait, I think that's allowed. Ah, okay. I mean, it's further away because it's got a charge, but if I can turn it in exactly the right direction. Keep the panda happy, chat. Feed the panda. Anyway. How so white in like the sunniest place on Earth? Because that sun will kill you. And if the sun doesn't kill you, the air for the last 2 months will kill you. And yeah. In general, yeah, that sun will, you know. We need a bit less white? Okay, wait. Do I have that? Oh, wait, I do. Alright, white. I got a request for more whiteness. There's not enough whiteness in, apparently in the stream. What is it? ISO, maybe? Turn ISO down, turn ISO down, turn ISO down. I think this is supposed to... Wait, there's a white balance. Oh, wait, there... No, the white balance is like the yellow and the blue. This is ISO down. This is like, I think, less whiteness. But yeah, I mean, some of the whiteness is coming from natural light here. Oh my gosh, that's the lowest ISO. That's the lowest that the ISO can ISO. Oh. It is hotter than it should be, chat. I don't understand how the combination of, yeah, like the first rain hits, the moisture goes up, but the temperature does not go down until the clouds are covering the sky for like a month or something, and then the temperature. Okay, I am just taking it up into a bun, chat. We're doing the bun. That's the only way that I will be able to, okay, this is better. It feels natural. Okay, we'll go with this. I think maybe there was too much white. There was too much whiteness. Wait, we took down the whiteness. What am I saying, chat? My brain is cooked. I gotta drink more cold beverage. Yeah, what am I saying, adding more whiteness to the stream? No, we're removing the excess whiteness. There's some whiteness, but it was excessive, so we had to remove it. So yeah, we got the whiteness remover. And it feels like a very bright screen nonetheless, and that is no doubt due to the plethora of natural light in Thailand this time of year, even when the sun's not shining in the window, chat. If the sun was shining in the window, I would be a ghost. I would be blending in with the walls. I'd be walking through the walls, and that's no fun. I would be a blonde redhead song from, 1990 whatever, or something. Chat, when is the album that was... Oh my god, no, we're not getting distracted, chat. I'm not Anthony Fantano. I'm not the hardest working music nerd in show business. I'm the hardest working politics bitch in show business. Debate bitch. Political commentary kind of bitch, not any other sort of bitch. I swear wearing a suit in NYC. Can you imagine wearing a suit in Thailand? People do it. People fucking do it. Although they did make a rule for government officials, right? I think they're usually mandated to wear, I don't know if they have to wear like a full, jacket and stuff, but they got that shit relaxed a little bit. I don't know if it was that they couldn't like roll up their sleeves, or there was some rule that was like, nope, we're gonna always, you're not gonna be able to be and since they air conditioning has become an issue, yeah, they relaxed that rule for Thai government officials, I think. Anyway, so yeah, Hutch was on Live and Learn yesterday with Taylor Lorenz. We were talking about Destiny, and I got distracted, and I watched a little bit of that. We got a flavor for what the debate was about. I still don't understand, and maybe, I don't know if Vadim is somehow in the audience. If we can manifest Vadim, maybe Vadim can explain why it is that... what you call it like a crypto post or something, right? Or not a crypto post, like a like it's like grave digging, chat. When you go and get something that is from a year ago, like the Taylor Lorenz article, and you're like, let's talk about this. What is necro posting? I was like, crypto posting. No, crypto. My post is so... Okay, anyway. I have got to somehow get my brain to cool down. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do here, chat. I do have the ability to theoretically... Like, there's like a room divider here that I could run, and that would just like conserve all the air conditioning into a smaller space that might help me out. It might maybe reflect some of the... I don't understand. I've got it turned up like Necro posting, reviving the dead. Yeah. I think that's the idea, right? And that's kind of what this seems like. And so I'm trying to figure out what the, you know, if chorus gets talked about when it comes up, right? When something happens in the news about chorus, like the article. Or if, you know, some chorus person does something, or if somebody's like accused of being part of chorus, like that's generally when this comes up. So I'm a little bit confused why Hutch and the rest of Live and Learn. And I'm trying to think of like Taylor's relationships with people. God, you know what? I just want to jump into it, chat. I'm so hot. I am so incredibly hot. So yeah, and in addition to that, and the first thing that we're going to start off with, right, is going to actually be
like what I'm about to suggest the Democrats do goes against like what my personal political preference.
Yeah, it's going to be Majority Report, because this came up on the Majority Report. So after I was done with stream yesterday, I happened to, like, I took a cat nap. Well, no, okay, I didn't just immediately take a cat nap, but I ended up kind of going to sleep super early, and then I woke up at, you know, when the Majority Report was on, which is late at night for me. I'm usually not up to see it, but I was up. There was a sweet scent of the you know, jasmine on the breeze, and I thought I could smell rain. I keep on thinking that I smell rain. I don't know, chat. It's like it wants to rain. Yeah, there was thunder. There was thunder. There's not thunder. There was lightning. Hey, isn't that weird? That's weird, isn't it? How is there lightning without thunder? Isn't there a song that says like thunder never happens when there's, or like lightning never happens without thunder? Isn't there some song, chat, about thunder never happens without lightning? Chorus is creepy as fuck. Yeah, true, Rusty. Necro posting is you go to the local graveyard and cast a spell to revive fallen content creator like Xander Hall. Yeah, they just did that. They just did that with Xander Hall. Anybody see that one? Oh my god, chat. And it's Ethan Klein dick writer too that that made this video on the Xander, and I kept on wondering, right? Again, the same thing. The same thing as with Live and Learn, right? With this Rob's Media video. I was thinking, did Xander Hall do something? Did something happen? Is Xander Hall getting kicked out of his house? Because that's what the thumbnail made it look like. You know, was that this is the end for Xander Hall. But again, Xander Hall keeps on trucking. Nonetheless, from what I could see, right, there was no payoff. And yeah, it was you know, not just like a H3 dick writer in terms of like their perspective on the world, but you know, it's just somebody that's aligned with, I mean, chat, I haven't covered this and I probably should have. Dry storms, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it wasn't raining on me either, but it also wasn't doing thunder. It was doing lightning. There was lightning flashes in the clouds. There was no rain and there was no thunder, and it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But it was really nice out, you know? It wasn't like, you know, when it was just a very chill night. And so I listened to some Majority Report, and what do I know? What do I see? But Hutch Hutchinson, chat. What is his name again? Isn't it HHH, right? So Hutch. Hutch Hutchinson, something like that. Xander Hall puking live on stream again in a matter of time. Did something actually happen with Xander Hall? I don't think it did. I think this is just somebody that is like, and it's a weird thing, chat, that like Ethan Klein aligned chuds, Ethan Klein aligned commentary douchebags, right? That they are still getting mileage out of Xander Hall. And you want to know why? They call him a bread tuber, right? And I mean, I don't know, like, you know, he was making political videos when BreadTube was a thing. What's wrong with Live and Learn? Sonic Adventures 2 in the Wait, Live and Learn Sonic Adventures 2 is the only good Sonic game? Wait, what is this one? Only good Sonic game show Garden? Wait, Chow Garden is so fun. Okay, so that's one of the levels, I'm guessing. Sonic Adventure. I don't think I've seen that one. It's called Heat Lightning. Oh, great. Well, if we're getting Heat Lightning, that's got to be a good sign, right? That's a very apocalyptical thing to even consider, but I think you're right, Chazardus. It does match the description of Heat Lightning. It feels like it sounds like Heat Lightning. Sonic Mania is not bad. I need to play more Sonic games. I tried once. We had some kind of, I was doing like a gaming stream for some occasion, and yeah, I was having trouble with the Sonic game, and chat could not help me. It was like, there was just like a level where it's just like, all right, literally, how do you fucking do this? Literally every single time I play this level and the wall closes in and I got smushed, but how do you not get smushed? How do you run up a straight wall in Sonic, right? I could not figure that. I could not figure. BTC's reputation and voice appears stronger than ever. I don't know about all the chorus kids, but it really was a nothing burger. It felt like. But it makes me wonder. Like, I mean, I think that some of the live and learn people have. Some of the live and learn people, I think, have. Like Hutch, I think, has said, "I'm not chorus." I think he's gone on record, and I don't know. I don't think he would lie about that. So it's not like, because the first thing that goes across my mind is like that, you know, the thing about chorus is that we've seen them coordinate a few times, right? And people suspect, you know, in way too many situations, probably more situations than are actually applicable, people suggest this is the coordination behind the scene, of course. But that's the whole problem with a dark money group, right? Is that you don't, you know, anything that happens gets attributed to them. Lib, Lorenz, and Learn is supposed to be a decent book. That sounds like a decent book. I think Hutch is too sweaty for chorus. I'm too sweaty for chorus right now. That's relatable. See, let me see if I can turn the panda up. Okay, I think the panda has 3 settings. It has happy, indeterminate, and angry. We want the panda with the angry face, right? That's what we're looking for. All right, indeterminate. Oh my God, chat. That's crazy. When you turn it up, the panda's face turns angry. It's like, I'm serious now. Like, it's like you keep on bothering the panda. You're like, panda, could you blow a little harder? I'm still too hot. I'm still slightly too hot. Can we get a little bit more air? And eventually the panda is just like, he's pissed. He's like, all right, here you go. Here you go, fucker. There's all the it's just slightly too far away. And it's gotta be though, because it's charging. Chorus leader Brian Tyler Colin is a spineless puppet, not willing to call out a genocide. True. He's an empty suit, a vessel of the DNC consultant class, yeah, which we kind of talked about yesterday with the Ken Martin stuff. I do feel bad for some of the Destiny people in my comments. I do actually feel a little bit bad because when they're posting shit like, I think Destiny's doing fine. And it's just like, your brain has atrophied in his audience. I am not kidding. He's not trying anymore. He's not even doing the bare minimum. That's the problem. It's not just like I disagree with Destiny's take. The reason that the thumbnail was like the end of Destiny or whatever like that, right? The reason for that is that he is at like he's not. There's nothing there. It is a take that is only informed by spite. There's no processing of the brain that's going on. Speaking of no processing of the brain that's going on, we got Hutch, who I'm not saying that like he doesn't have a brain. I'm not saying he's the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz, but I am saying it's one of those situations where like, you know, I have a you know, I have 2 hard drives, but sometimes, like, you know, when I'm looking for a file, I'm like, wait a minute. It's not found. The media is not found, right? It might be a media type of situation, right? Where, look, chat, I'm talking about the hard drives for the clan ops. If anybody is curious, right? I keep a lot of files on literally everyone in politics. At some point, apparently, I'm supposed to blackmail people with this to become rich and famous, but I've thus far bided my time, just been content to collect all the files on all the sussy bakas out there, chat, because there really are a lot of sussy bakas in politics, and I wonder why that is. I wonder why. It's almost like the first actor set the table. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like the first person to sit down at the table decided, we're going to take the silverware on our left, or we're going to take the silverware on our right. And the rest of us have been dealing with this, living in Destiny's like mind palace of, which I think he's a gangster in his mind palace, right? If Destiny was a Persona 5 character, he would definitely be like one of the organized crime kind of guys, right? But he's more like a Walter White, sort of figure, right? He's more like, I mean, that's how he sees himself. Did none of these propagandists read Brave New World? More important, play Metal Gear Solid 2. A subtle way hand is way more effective than raw force of opinion. I just mean like the stuff that Destiny complains about with J-Stalk and Queemon, which I don't know, I can't like verify, like, it's accusations like doxing and like a real serious like effort to, dig up information and files and like, real life information on people, I guess is what they're alleging. But the thing is, like, it's been an open secret that shit like that goes on in the Destiny sphere. So even if it was true, even if J-Stalk and Queemon, they got their Discord and they're running out of fucking kiwi farms over there, it's like, but that's you. They learned it from you, right? It all gets passed down. You can actually trace the line. Destiny, Chud Logic, Queemon, boom. Destiny, what, Mr. Girl, J-Stalk? Is that the I'm not sure with J-Stalk. I might be insulting him. Maybe he's from the Groiper side of the Destiny sphere. I'm not sure. It's not good either way. But I don't want to, I don't want to make assumptions. When you make assumptions, you make an ass out of a bunch of little wiggler characters on screen, and then they talk about you for a long time. And we're not trying to invite any of that nonsense here, are we? I don't want to be talked about by wigglers. I haven't had to deal with wigglers since Keffels hated my guts. NCC became one. I'm pretty sure she still hates my guts. The one who takes the napkin first. I guess. Wait, what does that take? Doesn't that mean I have to obtain the holy corpse or something, Davi? Is that how that works? I have to perfect infinite spin. It's a house of card. He always brags about making. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He is absolutely a Persona villain, a Persona 5 villain to be specific, right? Like he's lived in this artificial paradise, self-created, out of being the first mover, the first actor on the field, and has just sort of used and abused his power in a lot of ways. As much as he hates Trump's guts, he's got some similarities to Trump, both in terms of the vacuous cognitive processes, at least these days. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder now, chat, was Destiny always this stupid? Maybe I just didn't notice. Maybe we were just holding out for a hero. We're like, somebody's got to come along and make fun of the alt-right people. Aw, Destiny. Aw, Vosh. And everyone was just like, sucking their dicks. And that's the problem. That's the problem, is these fucking edgy boy messiahs. They create cults around them. and then these cults turn into fucking cancer, and that cancer like comes and gets way too interested in like, you know, researching your life, and that's why the environment's like this. Like, I mean, I don't know, to be clear, chat, these are just accusations that Destiny, when he mentions Queeman and J-Stalk, this is the sorry, I should be calling it, I think it's called It's Just As Cool, right? Not J-Stalk, like the name. Yeah, it's JSTLK, but it's supposed to mean just as cool, right? That's the actual. I'm trying to get people's names right, chat. It's very important to me. Hutch Hutchinson, right? Or is I feel like there's a third name. It's Hutch something else with an H, Hutchinson. What is it, chat? It's not Huxtable. That's the guy from the. Oh no, that's Bill Cosby. That's Bill Cosby, isn't it? I was about to say that's the guy from the Pudding Pops commercial. That's who that is. No, Pudding Pops are forever ruined. JonTron was so dim it made Destiny look good. Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing. Is JonTron is, you know, as you say, so dim. He didn't even know that he was a race realist. But Destiny starts talking to him about this stuff, and he's like, "Well, really though, Destiny, really? Don't you think there's a few like natural differences between the races?" And it degenerates from there, from my just as cool as what? Well, I mean, it doesn't, like, just as cool as whatever, right? I mean, if anybody says that, you know, just as cool is not just as cool, like, as Destiny. I mean, I guess that's not too much of a flex, right? Or whatever, you know, just Hutchford Hutchinson the third. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so we got that one. And then Pisco, I'm pretty sure that his last name is Pete. So his name is Pisco Pete. That's his full name. We gotta get people's names right. The soy pill, I don't even know what the soy pill's name is. Oh, it's Pill, because it's soy pill. He is Pill. Soy Pill. That works. We'll just call him Pill. Is that okay? We can call him Pill. Call him a pill. That's what his wife calls him anyway. I can't do the Trump voice, chat. The Trump voice is ruining me. Peace Corporation. Oh. It's kind of like, wait, is Pisco gonna start a Speedwagon Foundation someday? Pisco Pete sounds like a great pirate name. I was thinking he was like a cowboy. He's like, it's Pisco Pete. He's the fast on the draw. Which JonTron was super wrong. Banjo-Kazooie, Nuts and Bolts is great. Oh, JonTron also reviews video games. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is JonTron wasn't a politics guy. I actually wasn't sure what his content was. But thank you. It's video. Some of it is video games, at least. You gotta appreciate somebody who can do good video game content. Like, there's so I didn't realize the you know, I don't think I'd ever watched is it H Bomber guy that does really good videos on Fallout? Is that H Bomber guy? If you glitch, you got ultimate build capacity. Anyway, chat, we got to get to what we're doing, and that is going to be watching the Majority Report. I guess kind of roast. Actually, everybody on the screen, right? Because it's not just Live and Learn. It's 3/4 of Live and Learn, and then Sam IRI, the pretty fly white guy, has been replaced by Sam Cedar. And sorry, what is wrong with me, Tim Miller? My brain is overheating, chat. I'm gonna have a 404 not found era. You can't make fun of Hutch for not having a brain when you're so hot that your brain doesn't work correctly. And the brain that would work correctly would get me to, you know, the screen where I'm talking about the Majority Report a lot faster than this. Okay, so chat, in addition to the Majority Report talking about Hutch, talking about Live and Learn, talking about Tim Miller, we've also got the, you know, the rest of the debate with Taylor Lorenz. We kind of, you know, I think I pulled you out right when the good, oh my God, chat, I didn't have a time, anybody got a timestamp? We need a timestamp. I need a timestamp for that because we got to a certain point and I was like, all right, this is where it's gonna get good, and we'll do this for tomorrow. And then when I started to put together a Newsday Tuesday stream, I realized I had already promised tomorrow to this subject. Pisco Pete sounds like a great pirate name. H Bomber Guy's Souls videos are really bad. Okay, well, I guess I don't know video games. Oh yeah, especially those video games. My brain is melting. Yeah, it's gonna start to turn into smoothie. Oh, speaking of which, I got a smoothie. I need to go over and get that. I smoothie keeps me alive out here, chat. If I don't have my smoothie, I turn into sea foam. That's what I turn into, chat, canonically. But let's not have that. Let's not fulfill that canon. You can change your destiny. Yes. I'll go check the last stream. Oh my god, thank you. Freezing in your studio. Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, are you helping me do positive thinking? Let's positive thinking. It's freezing in your studio. You're so cold. Oh my god, yeah, all of a sudden the panda started blasting like really cold air, even though it's just a fan. Like I'm gonna start a rumor that the panda fan is actually an air conditioner. And in Persona 2, that would actually work. But chat, we're not talking about Persona 2 today. That is Friday. That is gonna be for your the Friday stream. If we get up to 50, if we get up to 100 again. Oh yeah, I gotta look at everything. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm trying to bring up. That's what I'm trying to look up. That's what I'm gonna like scroll down here. Video game 61% complete. Okay, so we are actually 39% from having a Friday video game stream. That is good because today is only Tuesday, so we got time to make that happen. And in the meantime, chat, we're going to be talking about Hutch, Taylor, Lorenz, and the Majority Report. Okay, now that might get boring, so I've put it on the poll, right? And as I can see from the poll, 27 of you have voted so far. 59% for Hutch, Taylor, Lorenz, and Majority Report. 26% for monitoring the situation. Oh my god, people want to know about the ceasefire and how it's no longer ceasing. What's going on with Trump and all that shit, right? And then in third place we have Piers Morgan and Geraldo. I'm saying his name wrong. Geraldo. Geraldo. Piers and Geraldo ambush Adam Mockler. In third place, and Ben Shapiro's views down by 85%. This is the end of the Daily Wire. They're laying off staff, and maybe throw in a little Alex Jones for that with you. Oh my god, if I put my hand out to feel the breeze, like somehow it helps. I don't know. It's cooling off my palm, and then maybe the rest of the body cools off with the palm. I don't know. It's magic, chat. It's magic. But what is also magic is you going over to youtube.com/nocommentchick, placing your vote right now. You got to click on my channel, nocommentchick, and then you got to click on the stream, and then you can click on a vote. And you will vote for one of these topics, and that's going to determine, right? You have the power to change the channel. If people get bored with this, right, you can vote something else in. So make sure to cast your vote. And I'll kind of move through it when we get done with Hutch, or when, let's say, it starts losing in the poll. Right now it's at 62%, so it doesn't look like that's happening. If it starts losing in the poll, then I will switch to the next topic. So there we go. That's how that works. Also, we got to put let's put those 3 hours on the... Put those 3 hours on the board, chat. I promise. I will... The second that I can get something on stream and I can just, like, chug a bunch of cold beverages, which hopefully will still be cold by that time, that I'll be fine. But my brain is kind of low... My brain is low Kirk cooking right now. Hi, Kirk. I don't know. Chat, I don't know what... I'm too hot to know what Kirk we're in. Reset timer. That's what I'm supposed to press. That resets it to 3 hours. So we got 3 hours to go. I'm gonna go for as long as this timer lasts, right? Which, you know, starting now, 3 hours, boom, it's counting down. Now, the one thing that makes it not count down or does the opposite of counting down is when you support the stream through a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Got Prime, hook up your Amazon to Twitch, and you'll be able to use a sub for free. You'll put money in my pocket at no cost to you, and you will also support the stream, and you will get all the benefits of having a sub, right? Now, if you have to buy one for yourself, it does cost $6. I get that that's like twice as much as the YouTube memberships, but people appreciate the animated emojis and the ability to turn back time through rewinding the VOD if you want to. So that's an ability that you gain just by becoming a sub, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Or through getting yourself a sub. If neither of those apply to you, there's still hope, right? Just by being active in the chat on Twitch, you may receive a gifted sub. It happens from time to time that people, very generous people, gift subs here, and they might be looking for somebody to gift one to. And if you're right, your name is right there. They're like, easy clap, and you get a, you know. So you make it easier, you know, right? If you're active in the chat. So that's my suggestion to you. A lot of people that do not think that they're going to get a sub end up getting a sub. So that could be you. That could be you. Anyway, and yeah, that puts time back on the clock. Let me do that now. So we got Will with the super chat getting the party started. Thank you. Sub add time. 5M, no, not 4M, 5M, come on, I can't type. All right. And when, that was 5, okay. I was just making sure. And when that happens, you're also gonna hear, you'll also hear a sound like this. Signifying that we're turning back time and that, you know, the stream is gonna be a little bit longer. So yeah, the longer the stream is, the more topics I have a chance to get to. The voting determines the topics that I cover. So make sure to go over there and vote. And also know that when you do vote, you've got the ability to put your money where your mouth is by letting me know in chat which of these topics you want to see as your, which one of these topics you want to see next, right? So it'll actually add points to the score, and something that wasn't going to be ahead could be ahead because of your donation. So that's a possibility. Of course, other people can play this game and support other things, and people could say, I'm tired of this game, and I say Vox Populi, put my donation to the, you know, reinforcement of whatever the chat is voting for, right, at the expense of the donors, right? So that's the game that we play in terms of the effects of donations on the topics that we're discussing, and understand that that is your right if you support the stream, even through a Twitch Prime sub, which doesn't cost you nothing, but since it supports the stream, you can put that money on whatever you so desire. So that is how we decide what we're going to cover, how long we're going to cover it for, etc., 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 and how long the stream lasts. In addition, okay, so yeah, we got one. So I just did a Waluigi goal. We're going to be doing. Wait, I forgot some. Okay, Darful said, put mine on Vox Populi. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Darful, for helping me to illustrate that this concept, right? Vox Populi just went up by 3, and if Darful had said, put my money on ceasefire no longer ceasing, it would be 3 on that. If Darful had said Piers and Geraldo, it would be 3 on that. If Darful said Ben Shapiro, it would be, you know, right, etc., etc., etc. So that's how you do that. That's how the game is played. And yeah, with that, chat. Oh yeah, I mentioned Patreon earlier. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each show. So Let's do those now. Shouts out to Neo Pergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zera Xerix. With that being said, chat, I think I have covered everything that I need to cover. We got 3 hours on the clock. I will actually boost that with 5 more minutes. Since I blabbed so long today, there we go. Just to get it back to what it was when Will super chatted. All right, so with 3 hours and 5 minutes, right? See how much I can get. See how much content I can cover in that time. And of course, if the chat is generous enough to give me more time, I'll cover more stuff. So and also, yeah, you got the remote. Vote on your favorite topic, and when you support the stream, you can put out you can vote with your dollars too, right? This is just like the United States. Dollars are votes, but dollars are also anti-votes through Vox Populi, and dollars are also potentially votes for another video game stream this Friday. So
preference would be, if I could wave a magic wand to make somebody president, I would want like Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no $5.
The governor of Colorado.
The libertarian?
Yeah.
Wait, the guy who just pardoned
The election denying lady?
Yeah.
The insurrectionist lady? Oh my God.
The story came out yesterday that there is a lot of anger in the Democratic caucus because the DCCC is messing with some primary races out in California and other places. We may have one or two of those progressive candidates in those races on this week or next. But there is, and look, I don't want to overstate this, but if the Democrats take the House, which I think they're going to, and if they take the Senate, which I think is possible, we're going to see this happen in a way that's very different than it's happened in the past, which is there's always going.
Oh my God! Thank you so much, Direful.
Establishment-minded Democrats.
Look at this.
And hopefully they won't always be in the majority going forward, or at least in the years to come. But if the Democrats take over these things, we're going to see a bigger incoming class of progressives than I think we've seen in 20 or 30 years.
Yeah.
And I think, there is a sense amongst these establishment types that this is the case. This was really funny.
Chat, anybody ever had coffee with orange juice? It's a thing out here. And like when I first heard it, I was like, but I don't know, it's kind of growing on me.
Even Tim Miller was he George Bush's? Not George Bush.
Like you can take cheap coffee, and this is kind of something that they do. Just like there's like a Thai lemon tea, or it's like the non-creamy one, or cafe. Cha Manao. There's also Cafe Manao, which is like a traditional Thai tea with this like stuff called Oliang. I mean, it's not everybody's favorite thing, but it's kind of like if you add a bunch of lime juice and some sweetness to it, it's like I don't know, it somehow works.
Jeb Bush's campaign manager, or certainly a political advisor to Jeb Bush, had fairly significant career as a Republican. Did not.
Reminds me of an orange and cream popsicle. Yeah, but most of the time with this orange coffee, like you don't. What would it be? Cafe cup nam som. I guess is how you would say it in Thai. But yeah, there's no cream in it. It's just coffee and And look, it's one thing to like, add, if you've got, like I said, cheap coffee, it's kind of nice to add something in there. So it'll, but if if you're, paying for good coffee, you would think, which I'm not exactly doing here, but, you would think it would be, I don't know. This one's good. It ended up being orange juice by accident because I had a cup of orange juice and I needed to do something with the coffee that I made. Wait, that doesn't make sense, does it?
Not like Donald Trump.
It made sense this morning, chat. I'm telling you, it's really hot, but I am noticing, right? There's clouds in the sky. I don't want to get too excited. We got lightning last night, chat, without thunder or rain, which apparently is heat lightning.
He was a comms guy for Jeb 20.
An 18-hour cold brew routine? I don't think I'll be fitting orange. Wait, what is your routine? Oh my God. Cold brew is so cool, but I don't have the patience. Or maybe I don't know how to make it.
16.
And
Jeb.
did not like, I still have the cups, right? And
Or do I just not trust it? Do I not trust if the water is not hot, that the caffeine will not activate somehow in my brain? I think this.
Wait, he was the comms director for Jeb?
There's 2 Kennedys running for Congress this year. Are they both scummy ones?
yeah.
Yeah.
So he's
I don't think we've had a non-scummy one in a while. Some would say ever. But
Mr. Exclamation point then, huh?
Well, he may not have come up with the logo, but nevertheless,
He came up with please clap.
nevertheless, exactly. Nevertheless, he's at the bull.
it's not very involved. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where to buy anything. So it's kind of like, I mean, what do you actually use for that? Just like, do you just put it in a ball jar and like pour it off kind of, or pour it through a filter or something?
Work now. He is
Yeah. Wouldn't you have to like shake it and then pour it through a filter? Is that how you do it?
an avowed and never Trumper. I don't know if he considers himself a Democrat now. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay, so we're finally we're talking about Tim Miller here, right? So that's, I guess, Sam's interest, and it's a strange thing for Tim Miller to go on to Live and Learn, but I would guess what it is that they reached out to him because he took an interest in the Hassan discourse, and one that they would not expect, right? They'd expect a Tim Miller to be an ally of Destiny's, right? And honestly, I would expect Destiny to be an ally of Tim Miller's, right? When you're talking about like watered down liberal politics, you know, very pragmatically focused on electoral success, maybe at the expense of policy success. Yeah, I would think that Destiny and Tim Miller, I mean, no offense, Tim, I'm not comparing your intellect to that of Destiny's. I think you're a lot smarter than the fucking debate lord over there. But yeah, Tim, you know, I guess he felt like since did he talk to Hassan? He hasn't, right? There has not been a Hassan Tim Miller conversation. You know what would be really funny is a Hassan Sarah Longwell conversation, but yeah, no, I guess he just felt obligated, right? That he, like, I don't know. And these guys will do that to you too. They'll make you feel like, well, if you were gonna glaze up Hassan so much, you know, you have the responsibility to subject your apologia to our scrutiny. And that's probably how they reeled him in. And also, I think, okay, so here's my thought on Tim Miller. He's not there yet, but he's trying to be a live streamer. He goes on stream. He streams a lot. He seems to enjoy it. He drinks a little bit while he is on stream. So, you know, I mean, not excessively, or no, there was that one. I don't know. He always looks like he's drunk, but I don't think he handles himself okay, right? I'm not saying he's like drunk, like sloppy, forgetting what he's talking about, which apparently you don't even need to be drunk to do. Tim pretended as though he offered to debate Hassan, even though, wait, is that Tim, or are you thinking of Dave Smith? Or Dave is that his name? Dave Smith, right? Offered to debate Hassan Yeah, it was Dave Smith. It was Dave Smith. You're correct, Direful. That's right. That's right. I think he enjoys this. Yeah, I think he's kind of enthralled in this world, into this world. So that means he's like a more gettable guest than anybody. And oftentimes, chat, getting a guest that you think is like too popular, out of your league. It boils down to just asking a lot of the time.
His idea of being a Democrat, and unsurprisingly, does not align with mine in terms of like what kind of politics one should espouse if you're a Democrat. He's on with I don't know exactly who these people are, but I think they're more
Left of center to center left streamers, I'd say.
and even he sees.
It's a great way to summarize it, Matt.
Never mind from an ideological perspective, but simply as meeting the moment, as purely a political analysis, because you will notice that when we have conversations and when we hear from centrists and moderates and folks who think that we need to have, the abundance types, there's this dance that is played where we go from what we should do in terms of policy to what is actually going to get Democrats elected. And it bounces back and forth in the same conversation. They'll elide one for the other at various times. So strictly as a matter of electability, listen to what Tim Miller had to say to these guys who I think were not.
Sam desperately wants to call him Tim Mueller. It's Tim Miller is who we're talking about.
Looking for him to say this.
Particularly
That's the
Hutch.
sense I get.
I don't know about the other two, but
Who are
Hutch
these
definitely-
guys? Okay. Well, I'm.
Hutch is an
Who are these guys?
Hassan streamer. Pisco, I think, seems pretty cool. I don't
I know
much
the
about him.
Pisco guy. Yeah,
And
that's
I'm a little bit less familiar. I think I've seen some of Soy Pill's video essays,
Okay.
but I'm not sure where he's on.
I like the name Soy Pill.
Yeah, so we've had a ton of discourse in our spaces in recent kind of weeks. Some of it has related to Hassan, but it's more been about like a bigger conversation about the future of the Democratic Party. You're obviously like a Republican defector, and so I'm curious to know what you think should be the playbook for Democrats in the
Hutch, are you using abundance types as a pejorative? Do you have a slant in your reporting, Sam?
short term to sort of maximize electoral wins.
It's weird how many people look. You can I don't know. A debate.
6847 super chatted $9.99. At nocommentchick, I don't know if you've ever collaborated with Do Not Worry podcast, but they were mentioning having you on to talk about EK's lawsuits today.
Oh, Ethan Klein's lawsuits. Yeah, that's going down. I think there was just a judgment about the Reddit. The Redditors that Ethan is trying to pull into this lawsuit, right? Apparently, you're not even able to post on Reddit without Ethan trying to, swing his legal member around at you. But thank you. That's really thanks for the mention. DNW run an amazing podcast, and it would be cool to talk to any and all members of the DNW podcast about. I mean, they're I know some of them at least, right, are in Lebanon right now, so dealing with the Israeli incursion into southern Lebanon, the kind of weakness of the Lebanese government, and all that all that is going on in the part of the in the part of the ceasefire that just really has never been enforced, right? That was supposed to be part of the ceasefire, but it doesn't seem. Again, it's our first clue that the ceasefire was kind of fake, right? That Israel's still allowed to do maximum ethnic cleansing in Lebanon. But thanks, that's amazing, and thank you for the super chat too, Brett. Let's add that time back to the stream. So yeah, how this works is if you support me on YouTube or on Throne or Patreon, I have to manually add it in. Sub add time 10M. Okay, so look at that. We're adding back the time, turning back time successfully once more, and
and also like what you personally want to see, and do those things overlap?
Yeah, can I just say one of the on Hassan briefly? When I engaged in that discourse very early, which in retrospect was maybe a mistake, because how the hell did I know that it's all everybody want to talk about for weeks? But one of the points I made when I first engaged with it is that like the establishment Republicans, or excuse me, the establishment Democrats, I'm talking about a Freudian slip, the establishment Democrats who were going after him were like stepping on a big rake. Like this was a massive cell phone that, like, putting out a memo that's like people shouldn't talk to Hassan is going to absolutely backfire on them. And
So again, Tim is what he is. He's a never Trump Republican that is over time just given up on the Republican Party. He definitely, he's going to say it here. Like his idea of a good good presidential candidate, not in terms of who he would like to get in there, who would reflect his perspective best. Jared Polis, right? So not somebody that I think any of us in here agree with. However, I'll give him credit. He saw that rake coming. Unlike so many other people, and unlike people at his own establishment, at the Bulwark, who majorly stepped in the rake, either that or they were just trying to get their names out through rage baiting or whatever with Sarah Longwell. But yeah, he was able to avoid that rake, not because he agrees with Hassan. He could not be further away from Hassan's viewpoint. He just saw that was not a battle that was worth having.
Or like the active kind of Democratic voter does not want that, and there's some category of people that do, but if anything, it will end up empowering him more to like as an anti-establishment figure who's fighting them, because that's what people are looking for right now. Look at Graham Plattner and Janet Mills, and that's exactly what's happened, and it was really dumb of the third way to do it, just as a strategic matter. My thinking. And I feel like I have good credibility on this, because like when I'm
pause it for 1 second. I just want to say, like, I think, we have said many times similar things as a strategic matter, but that presumes what the agenda was for the third way.
Exactly.
Because I would contend that the nature of the third way, they consider themselves non-ideological in many respects, or radical centrists. But I would also contend that if you look at the waters in which they swim, the areas in which, like, what their value system is, the idea that they did this to get some broad support in the context of the Democratic Party, I think is the wrong way to assume what their agenda.
Oh my God! Thank you for reminding me. This Kayla is bringing up Bulwark. They went as far as to calling a bunch of people tankies as if they even knew what that word means. Yeah, this is so the tankies accusation is generally levied by people from the Destiny community, right? That's where this came from, right? What is a tanky? It's technically like a British communist who stood by in their support for the Soviet Union whilst they were rolling tanks into Eastern European countries to so it's a very old discourse that really doesn't apply to the here and now. But it is like, what I hate about it though is when people try to give the right answer for this, they'll be like, oh no, a tanky's more like infrared Haas. It's not like Hassan. No. That's a Nazgul. That's another thing, right? That's a Nazi. That's a fucking fascist trying to pretend to be, somewhat Marxian, in order to, try to co-opt like popular, support, to co-opt, labor support, right? But yeah, as far as people that are tankies, or people that it generally gets used today to say that you are like in support of various historical forms. Yeah, when you're saying somebody's a tanky, you're saying they support a historical a historical communism that that the person making the accusation thinks is bad. That's what it means. Like if you hate Cuba, then wanting the blockade lifted makes you a tanky. In other words, chat, it's a definition that is spread so far as to be utterly useless, and the patient one of weaponizing the accusation of somebody being a tanky against others is Destiny, right? And maybe Vosh as well. I probably Vosh as well. Yeah, you know what? Actually, it probably started with Vosh, didn't it? But yeah, tanky refers to authoritarian leftist beliefs casually. The thing about that is that, like, I don't know any leftist communist who is like, oh yeah, I would love to have a highly authoritarian government with one strongman dictator in charge of all of it. Nobody's gonna say that. Like, that's a very marginal view. That's what I mean when I say, like, they'll say tankies, but when you look for like an actual person that fits the description, they're hardly there. But if you're a dumbass fucking Destiny viewer, I guess if somebody says like Hassan's a tanky, then you think secretly, while I'm not watching Hassan, when the lights are off in the refrigerator, when I close the refrigerator door, Hassan's in there like jerking off about like, oh man, we're gonna have such an authoritarian government. It's still gonna be so cool. We're gonna do so much repression. Oh man, anybody who disagrees with the Vanguard, they're gonna get fucking cooked. Oh, it's gonna be so beautiful. They're sitting there like, thinking about tortures. Yeah, we're gonna have an alligator pit, and the alligators are gonna have chainsaws attached to their. It's gonna be like Chainsaw Man with alligators. I don't know, chat. I didn't watch Chainsaw Man, and I also didn't watch Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, I need to catch up on my anime. Or else I'm just a tourist. Most authoritarian, the openly authoritarian, ideation and I guess stuff like that. You're gonna see that from the right. In fact, you can see it from the current government. You don't need to look far for it. You want to worry about authoritarianism? Worry about the authoritarianism in the United States right now. Fuck's sake. So anyway. It's a distraction. It's from Destiny. It's bad faith. It's really fucking bad faith. But that's how he groks the world, right? You got the shit libs, and if you're not a fucking shit lib, if you don't think that you can reconstruct the mid 90s, the end of history, and just stay in that moment forever, then you are a fucking tanky, right? That's it. That's it. That's how simple the world is to Destiny's simple mind.
Exactly.
It's like Chris Matthews fantasizing about their just punishment. Their just punishment at the hands of communists. I mean, meme wise, yeah.
The agenda was to be able to go back to their
Chris Matthews just wishes he was that important.
Donor base and say, look what we did to this guy who really only has who is a demon in your eyes. And so the broader implication,
when you think about that tanky thing, though, the way that Destiny uses it, the implication is that, like, okay, you are secretly, you love authoritarianism, you wanna run like a dystopian government, you think that's awesome, right? You look at Brave New World as a guidebook, right? And like, when you point out Hassan's never said any of that. Hassan's not for what you say he's for. You know what the response is? Well, of course he wouldn't tell you that. Of course you wouldn't see it. But we see those mask off moments where he says the blood will run red with the streets will run red with the blood of the landlord or whatever, where he's, he's literally just, he's talking to a landlord. He is rage baiting Stalkman in that debate, right? But he wants to. But if we accept this premise, right, that anybody could say their viewpoint is anything, my viewpoint is love and butterflies and peace and harmony, and that's what I want. And you go, no, you're lying. You're lying. You want flames and torture and oppression. That's what you like. You could do that to anybody. You know what I mean? It's like the most of the world, we have like a common understanding that if we all were to slime each other with the worst slander possible, it would suck. We could do that, but it would be a world that sucks to live in, right? I mean, this is what kind of attack is this anyway? Oh, but what you say might be okay, might be unobjectionable, but what you're actually thinking, let me just define what you're thinking. Let me just ideate on what I think is going on in your mind, what your secret plan is, while you say that you want, equality, while you say that you want, these ideals. No, what you really want is this. What you really want is this. You were
of what they did. Hard to measure.
Yep.
And so they can go back and say mission accomplished. Like, you see this, like, I mean, just go back. I use this as an example.
Wait, you know what I see as a tanky? Connor? Connor eats pants?
Howard Schultz, the former head of Starbucks, he had a campaign, what was it, in 2020, right? And he hired Steve Schmidt and Bill Burton, I think it was. Was it Bill Burton? Bill Burton was an Obama guy. Schmidt, of course, was a Bush guy, I think. Oh, no, McCain guy. And you could almost see the moment that Steve Schmidt or Bill Burton, one of those two, met Howard Schultz at a...
Like, the thing is, the people that should really be afraid, and they are afraid of, communism, socialism, anything like that, right? Are the people that own capital, right? In terms of oppression, the closest thing that you'd see to oppression would be the land reforms. Would be like a redistribution of not private property, not your toothbrush, not the stuff that you use to live with, not your home, but the not even your mansion, okay? But the company that you own, the industries that you have engineered a monopoly in, right? That, in fact, yes, monopolies would be the first thing that should be concerned, right? If you have a monopoly, yeah, that's probably on the chopping block a lot sooner than like Joe Blow's right to post memes on Twitter.
Party. And Howard Schultz said, "I'm thinking about running for president. Is that crazy?" And Schmidt goes, "It's not crazy."
Cha-ching.
Because I know for a fact that Schmidt made millions. And I assume Burton made millions. And the campaign lasted for like 6 to 8 months.
It's good money.
And even though there was this talk of like, are you really going to empower Trump and this and that? And it's like, this is the way that these people work. These are the third way people.
Yeah.
And so Miller is right insofar as it didn't work strategically, but he might be wrong in the assumption as to what the agenda was.
Well, and that's exactly right. It's because we don't know what's in that DNC report, that autopsy that is apparently not going to be released, but we can make certain assumptions. And by the way, it shows how deep the institutional rot is in the DNC right now that not one person has leaked this to the press. It's kind of unconscionable that they haven't done so, by the way.
It's unclear how many people have seen it.
Well, I mean, exactly. And so either way, if we can assume, based on the other polling data that's been publicly available, that Israel's genocide in Gaza and the Biden administration's support for it and Harris's inability to distance herself from it has become so politically toxic within the Democratic Party primary context that approaching it, if you are a third way type, if you are a centrist, if you are a Zionist, you may advise candidates to steer away from the issue entirely. What is a way to appease a donor class of Zionists by not talking directly about Israel's genocide in Gaza? And if you're, say, Mallory McMorrow in Michigan, not going after your opponent, Abdul al-Sayed, in an explicitly Islamophobic way, because that might backfire on you in a state that has a lot of voters of that origin. You can go after Hassan Piker, even though we've seen polling that like 80% of Americans have no idea who this guy is, but he acts there as a human pinata.
He's a surrogate.
He's a surrogate or a pinata for the for anybody.
What did Yonan De Vasquez call it? A waist lock? No, he's not a waist. Is he a waist lock? Not exactly.
That wants to audition for big money.
I don't think that Hassan Piker has a wall of blood in his basement that he has to keep freshly painted.
In Democratic primaries at a time when the stated positions that they would need to say publicly to garner that support financially would sink their campaign. So it's a very elaborate runaround, and it's also one that is entirely designed to appeal to basically millionaire and billionaire donors.
Like the people who sort of like said to Mallory McMurrow, this is what you should do, really, I have to be motivated by just like cashing a check. I'm sorry, because you can't, like, I just don't think that there's anybody who could be doing this for a significant period of time and think that was a good idea. But
but they see Stevens is tanking, and she goes like, okay, there's an opening here, potentially some money to come into my coffers. And so that is what the strategy was. And someone who's that cynical, I mean, I have deep skepticism about them, but let's keep going.
Does not want that, and there's some category of people that do, but if anything, it will end up empowering him more to like as an anti-establishment figure who's fighting them, because that's what people are looking for right now. Look at Graham Plattner and Janet Mills, and that's exactly what's happened, and it was really dumb of the third way to do it. Just as a strategic matter. My thinking. And I feel like I have good credibility on this because, like, when I'm...
Does MR, like, do something? Is there some... Did they add a filter? Did they put the Tim Pool filter on this, both audio and video? It feels like they messed with the... I don't know, like, the... Like, brightness... The contrast and brightness or something? The 40,000 acre data center that Kevin O'Leary is literally forcing onto people of Utah. The funny thing about Utah is Mormons were the last conservative voting bloc to really get to really get behind Trump. They were the most reluctant. There was even a kind of, what do you call it? Like what is the name for this? A favorite son or something like that campaign. There was a guy named Evan McMullen who was popular in Utah, who was actually running for president, I think in 2016, but I don't remember what happened if he pulled out and endorsed Trump. That being said, the Mormons did eventually get behind Trump, but they're starting to maybe break away. Like Utah, even more so than your average place in middle America, the personality of Donald Trump is not something that plays well in Utah, right? Just put it that way. His personality is, and I've heard things about them, like rumblings about, well, I mean, obviously it's not going to be Trump in the next, well, okay, I spoke too soon. It's not going to be Donald Trump in the next election, right? It may be Donald Trump Jr. But yeah, there is some signs of support in Utah kind of diminishing. And I'm sure that, and the way that Trump has like married himself, his image, his campaign, and MAGA to the, tech bros, everything like a data center is going to be blamed on him.
I'm about to suggest the Democrats do goes against like what my personal political preference would be. If I could wave a magic wand to make somebody president, I would want like Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no $5.
The governor of Colorado.
The libertarian?
Yeah.
Wait, the guy who just pardoned
the election denying lady?
Yeah,
the insurrectionist lady? Oh my God.
Look, he is. Yeah, he's a
Jared, so the most right-wing Democrat in the country, arguably, is who he would support?
Yeah. Isn't this someone we should listen to?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm appreciating at the very least the cold-hearted kind of just political analysis about strategy, and it's showing that it's bad strategy even if you're a centrist like him.
Magic wand to make somebody president, I would want like Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no viability as a national figure. But I think
Why is that?
the Democrats need to put forth a candidate. I guess we're doing this in the 2028 context, but even in statewide candidates and federal level, who has some distance from the Clinton, Biden, Harris triumvirate. And like they need some distance from them, and it needs to be like comprehensible and understandable to people, to dum-dums, like what the difference is. And I think probably it is a little bit more economic populism. What that exactly looks like, I think, is up to the person, but mostly it is that they need to offer a critique of the Democratic Party establishment for being too cozy with corporate interests and saying that they're going to fight it at some level.
So yeah, he's doing, kind of a consultant. That's, consultant speak, right? For a potential candidate. What do I need to do? What is the new environment? What are, almost like, these guys kind of act as, oh yeah, and you know whose political consultant he was? Jebs. So I don't know. He is one of the better known voices on the Bulwark. But that's where his the fact that was his last campaign, was the Jeb campaign, is concerning. But no, he's offering free advice to a Democratic candidate. Hey, there's a giant wave of progressive quasi-leftist kind of sentiment washing over the American people, right? This wave is going to wash people down the drain. If you're too close to Kamala, if you're too close to Biden, if you seem to be offering more of the same, you're going to get washed away by this. What do you do, right? So it's not like, I'd rather them say this than not say this. I'd rather the candidates say this, even if, like, behind closed doors, it's going to be more of the same, right? I'd rather them at least be on the line to make some sort of promise. Even, Jeb won all 50 states. Stop the steal. I know, you're right. You're right. The election was stolen. Elon was stealing the Republican primary even back then. Webmaster. But yeah, the advice is just, and I don't know what I don't want to mischaracterize that. He almost sounds like he doesn't care. You believe it, you don't believe it, you act on it, you don't act on it. Here's what you need to say, right? For too long, the Democratic Party have taken the working people that make up its constituency for granted. When I get elected, that is going to stop. I am going to see to it that stops. I'm going to hold Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to accountability, and hell, maybe even say we need to vote for better leadership, right? Maybe even say that. That's what he's saying. Just go, he's giving them, he's giving a hypothetical candidate advice of what to do. So that's gonna suck for a guy like Hutch, who doesn't even want to hear it. A guy like Destiny, who's like, no, that's not even what people want. Oh my God, like, right? It's gonna suck for I don't know. I can't speak to the soy pill, and maybe this doesn't apply so much to Pisco. They don't want to hear this, but I don't think he's going to speak up, right? Because again, they're being visited by a real dude, like in terms of his, algorithm on YouTube, in terms of his connection to real, movers and shakers in the party. Yeah, unfortunately, right? You'd think that this wouldn't be the kind of guy with big ends in the Democratic Party, but he absolutely is, right? I predict Hutch is not going to speak up. Here, I don't think he's gonna clap back. We can take a closer look at it on the Live and Learn podcast, see if there's anything we missed. But from what I've heard, Hutch is like noticeably silent against views he obviously disagrees with. Right? Don't pick a fight with Piker. That's all Hutch ever does, is pick a fight with Piker. Right? Advise the candidates to say, we're not Kamala. We're not doing things like that. We don't agree with that. We're going to be different. They fucked up, right? They fucked up, and we're going to be the better version, right? And so obviously, yeah, this does not go down. This is medicine that does not go down very easily for shitlibs, neolibs, and the like.
Some of those,
even though that's what Tim Miller is. Tim Miller agrees with these guys. Tim Miller has like very similar politics to like a Hutch or a Destiny, but even he is saying that's not the move, guys. that's not what we're doing. We can't do this. We're going to get cooked, right? And low-key, like, we're going to get cooked by the Hassans of the world, right? By the left flank. Like, we gotta bend the knee, is what Tim is saying, even if it's just symbolic, right? And this is a thing that they do, and it's not a good thing, right? They'll bend the knee symbolically to whatever, sort of whatever sentiment has motion, right? Medicare for all. Remember when they took Medicare for all on as like, this is going to be our thing now. Yeah, we're going to do Medicare for all, right? After opposing it when, it was Bernie's campaign slogan. They will adopt the language because that costs them nothing. But if you make them adopt the language, then maybe later on, if you actually hold their feet to the fire after the election, maybe you can make them adopt the policy, right? Because a lot of these people, this is the worst thing and the best thing about the Democratic Party, right? It's worst because if you want to believe in a party, you can't believe in the Democrats because they don't believe in anything. They definitely don't believe in their own message. These are people a lot of times who they definitely do not believe in what the base believes in, right? And you can see this, and whenever there's a chance to their shit doesn't work out, the first thing they'll do is ditch policies that they had run on years before, like the Dream Act, like DACA. Absolutely just throw people under the bus, right? So that's the bad side of that. But the good side is that, and what I'm saying, the analysis is this, chat. Just let me simplify it, right? Democrats want to win power. They want to get elected, all right? They don't really want to do policy, and especially when policy is risky. And especially when policy, they might get blamed for something, right? They don't want to do it, right? So that's the bad thing about them. They don't believe in anything. But also the good thing about them is if you change the game, right? If the ground shifts are under them enough, they will be forced to. In other words, if the power of the people electorally becomes greater than the power of the donors, right? Then they will bend the knee to the people, right? And this is what Sam Cedar always says. He doesn't care about what a politician really believes in the heart of their heart. It's unknowable, right? I can't tell if any of these guys are secret authoritarians. It's unknowable what's in their heart. What's in Hutch's heart, right? I mean, we've already analyzed what's in his skull, not much, right? But what's in his heart of hearts? I can't know that, and it doesn't matter, right? If he was a candidate, knowing what a piece of shit he is, if he was a candidate who could be pushed around to pass something like Medicare for all, that, oh my god, this is such a bad. I don't know how I made Hutch a candidate, chat. This is like the worst candidate you could imagine, worse than Gavin or and Kamala combined into one person.
Proposals will be very stupid, but there's
the coffee is hitting. The coffee is hitting.
Framing is more important than the actual.
Where are my chopsticks?
I mean, I would agree. I think to the extent that there's any question, it was interesting that the triumvirate was Clinton, Biden, and Harris, and
not the Obama people.
But broadly speaking, yeah.
But the second part is that this issue of Israel is tangibly important. It's tangibly important.
It seems to me that that's almost like a baseline at this point.
I know, but it's
you
still...
you can't even, it's really just a question of to the extent that it seems like such a baseline now to me that it's almost not even a controversial statement to say that Democrats should pursue a less favorable policy towards Israel. I mean, I don't think there's anybody out there going full-throated,
But it's not an issue that should be, it should be foregrounded. like this, your belief that we should cut off arms to Israel is, I think, an issue that should be foregrounded and not just be secondary to the other arguments that we're talking about here about economic populism that he mentions. You can connect the two really easily because 60% of Americans, U.S. adults, now have an unfavorable view of Israel. It keeps going up and up. And with Democrats, it's already done. If you're in a Democratic primary, you've got to say you're going to cut off arms to Israel. But it's also the same numbers with independents here. The only people that are buoying support for Israel in this country right now are Republicans, and they're older Republicans. And I'm telling you, people keep saying people don't vote on foreign policy. Tell that to 2024. And it's more salient now than ever because of how people have made the fundamental connection between the lobby in and of itself and the genocide and the war. People see the ability to stand up to Zionism as a way to understand if a politician is trustworthy. And you can connect the issues of economic populism by talking about how we redirect resources. We're spending billions and billions of dollars in this war on Iran. How many billions are we sending to Israel for them to slaughter children? That could be connected to your life. Childcare, healthcare, universal programs, improving, I don't know, the Green New Deal, what have you. We could be making your life a lot easier if we redirected our resources away from this to that. So then you get the trust of people that know, okay, you're talking about something that you're not corrupted. And then they're also more willing to listen to you on issues of economic populism as they describe it. And it's very poorly defined oftentimes when centrists speak about it. That's what we appreciated with Representative Kassar coming on to talk about the vision that the Progressive Caucus has about getting more specific on affordability. But I really do think you cut across a lot.
Israel became the litmus test. Exactly, right? It's not even just about that issue. Now, that issue, right, people underestimate what there's been a truism that outside of a situation like the Iraq War, Americans don't care that much about foreign policy. They might care if you can, sell your opponent as not being ready for a 3 a.m. call that comes, like, right, if you can say, like, I've got the experience, I've got the ability, unlike Senator Obama, I've been there, I'm ready for that call. But again, that didn't end up working out for Hillary Clinton at the end of the day. But they, in general, politics isn't something that people vote on. Now, now that there's an Iran war, you can't say that anymore. And even before then, look, the people who care the most about Israel and what it's doing in Palestine tend to be younger. There's obviously students are the cohort where the protest movement really took off, and they tend to be activists, right? Now, that might, to somebody like Destiny, they were like, we don't need those activist people. They're going to get us in trouble and do the BLM protests again, right? Where Destiny famously said that he almost wished that some chud would mow down protesters. He was worried about protesters hurting Biden's chances in 2020. But unfortunately for somebody like Destiny, the majority of the people that are doing the canvassing that, he does on a very small scale are those protesters. And when you depress that vote, it has a multiplier effect. These are the people that, if they were excited about your campaign, especially if they thought that Kamala was going to break from Biden, if she'd even given signals, right, that she might break from Biden, there would have been more support from that cohort of people, and it would have had a multiplier effect for her. Now, there's that thing that's kind of limited, but what, God, somebody in chat just mentioned this. Let me put it up on the screen. Israel has become a litmus test. Yeah, it represents something, right? If you've, been on TikTok, if you talk to younger people, you might notice that people use the phrase Israeli coded as like it sucks or it's like blatantly immoral or something like, right? You know, that's kind of what that means. If this is like, oh yeah, look, it's Israel's favorite streamer, that's not a compliment. That's not a compliment. This shit is going to do numbers in Tel Aviv. That's an insult, right? It's become, yeah, Israel has really just become, you know, has become a symbol for, you know, everything that people don't like about American politics. And so, yeah, you're right. It's a litmus test, right? If you are not willing to, you know, say that we need to stop funding Israel's war machine, then I don't believe you on anything else you say either. That's exactly it, Toxic Audrey.
Of BS if you connect how you can make people's lives more affordable by making sure that our foreign policy isn't.
Now watch me nail this drive. No, now watch me eat this spicy pad krapau.
The number one thing driving you as a politician.
I mean, maybe we're you know, equivaling over small margins, but like the amount of talk about Josh Shapiro as a potential presidential candidate,
yes,
has dropped off so dramatically. And I think it's because everybody who like has any type of serious analysis realizes like there's no way. I mean, he has other problems that seem to be brewing because of in Pennsylvania at the moment. But I don't think anybody thinks that he can even come close to squaring his position on Israel and win a Democratic primary now. The amount of talk, like he was like, it feels like the presumptive front runner a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And now like nobody brings him up because I feel like it's like the quickest way to be seen as not being serious.
Well, and Miller mentioned corporate politics. I mean, the pro-Israel politics and corporate politics are just ways for politicians, unless they're like, you know, a Zionist in their hearts. But they're just easy modes for politicians up until now. Like, why is Chantel Brown congressperson in Ohio? It's because she was pro-Israel and Nina Turner wasn't. That was the difference in that race. But now, like you say, like we're at a point where what had been easy mode for politicians for all of our lives is now a albatross around the neck of politicians. And that is it's a very strange time in politics for that to be happening.
It's incredible too how rapidly that has changed.
And it is funny to me that Cory Booker still thinks he can be president. Another person who is so in bed with the Israel lobby that is like.
Well, I mean, he has the Michigan fist.
He wants the federal fist.
He's got that Michigan fist. God knows how many other state fists he might have too.
How did I miss this fisting discourse? How does MR know about this and I don't? Let's listen to this. When did this happen, right? It's a Cory Booker clip.
So
I want the Michigan fist.
He's going for the Reagan Mondale. He
Yeah.
wants 49 fists.
I want that
50.
Michigan fist.
Damn.
He's on the Iowa fist, buddy.
it would have been a great opportunity to play that for Amy Good.
Talking about a power bottom. Damn.
Just like you've inspired this show so much. Hit it.
You will give me that Michigan fist and you will like it. Oh my God. What the fuck, Corey? Damn. I was not ready for that energy. Anybody know about that? Give me that Michigan fist. Like, who was he? Was he campaigning for Meg? What's her name? McCardle? What? Oh my God! Why am I having trouble with her name? Okay. Oh my God, why do I always click on New York Times? Scumbag paywallers. McMorrow. Mallory McMorrow, that's who I'm thinking of. God damn it. Something about her name like screws me up. All right, so that was Majority Report covering, and I wanted to see, we got the Live and Learn from yesterday, and somebody, oh my God, Direful, why did I click to somebody else's chat? Because you told me the exact timestamp. Direful said 58 something. I don't know if I can scroll back far enough. The irony of these shitlibs calling us tankies, right, is that they're the ones talking about purging people. They're the ones who are on the side of a crackdown against Palestinian protesters. I am still looking to see if I can find... Darful gave me a timestamp, and I put it. I clicked on it to make sure that I could. Oh my God! Wait, it's somewhere here. 58 minutes. Thank you. God damn. Thank you so much. I found it. Okay, so let's make sure I'm going to put it to where we stopped last time, sometime around 58 minutes. Maybe a little earlier than that. And then I am going to look into the Live and Learn. And here's what I'm interested in, right? All right, first of all, we got to find the conversation with Tim Miller, which should have happened. Oh my God, what is going... Chat, I swear to God, I'm not trying to make fun of their viewership. I mean, people probably watch it on Hutch's channel, and they watch it on, they up until recently, they would have watched it on Josiah's channel. They watch it on Pisco's channel. They watch it on IRI's channel. Tim Miller. Is what I'm looking for actually on the Bulwark? Yeah, I mean, I guess people just are not watching it on the Live and Learn channel. And up until recently, really, like, nobody's been... How? 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 I don't get it. Yeah, other than just, like, everybody watches it live. That's what I'm guessing. Wait, 1 year ago, 8 days. Okay, wait, no, this channel's not being maintained. What the fuck? 8 days? What's going on Live and Learn here? Oh, wait, no, that's the Tim one. It was right in front of me. Wait. Yeah, this is with Tim. What was I looking at? I'm so confused. I swear to God, chat, I'm not trying to make... Look, I don't agree with Hutch. I make fun of Hutch. I don't hate Hutch. I don't know Hutch. I'm not trying to ruin their podcast or, you know, make fun of their numbers. I don't know what's going on with that channel. Like I said, I'm surprised, that's all. But this is what Sam was pulling from, right? It was this video. So I guess what I wanted to see is, like, after Dave, my brain is so cooked, chat. My brain is so cooked. After Tim makes that, you know, statement of, you know, it's stepping on a rake to support Hassan. If I was to advise a candidate, I'd say make a clean break, you know, or at least say that you're making a clean break from Kamala and Biden and all that came before. And that shit's going to be different now. You're not going to be controlled by money. You're not going to be controlled by Israel. You're not, you know, like, right. He's giving, like, this advice that obviously Hutch doesn't agree with. But from what I could see, for whatever reason, Hutch is not pushing back. This is, some people would call this access journalism, right? You want to maintain your access to Tim Miller and the Bulwark so you don't disagree with him. But I don't know. You bring him on Live and Learn just to give the counter message to everything you've been saying. Anyway, I wanted to take a deeper look into this. So this is indeed, you know what? I think it may be Lib and Learn's color grading, not the majority reports. What do you think? Does this look similar? Oh no, they did definitely dark. They either raised the contrast or lowered the brightness. Something like that. Yeah, look at that. I don't know. Do they do this to not get copyright claimed? Should I be doing this? Like, is this common practice? It feels like everybody's got like a reverb filter that they'll throw on top of something. Or if you're Tim Pool, it's a shitty music filter that they throw on top of something to not get copyright claimed. That's what I thought was going on when Tim Pool freaked out about the majority report.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. I just realized that since liberalism is about protecting capital, and these goobers aren't protecting anything, does that just make them wannabes? Cringy.
Good point. Yeah, they're not fulfilling their, what would you call it? Their mission statement, their core brand proposition, I believe, is a bit unfulfilled here. Come on, guys, you got to be better libs. You got to be better libs. Oh no, chat. It's windy. Oh wait, maybe this is good. It's so windy outside. I just heard my laundry. The thing that I hang my laundry on is getting blown around out there. Okay, let me put this on. I might have to go and make sure that nothing is falling off of my balcony outside.
Podcast.
Oh, also, chat, I thought about something. I thought about doing like a like, how many people would be interested in if I did like a members only post stream, right? So anybody that's got a YouTube membership, I mean, maybe I'd have to do two of them, like one on YouTube and one on Twitch. I'm sure I could find some way to dual stream though on my phone. There's got to be a way to dual stream. In fact, I should look that up. But how many people would be interested in a? The thing is, I'd want to get the Patreons in too, and I just thought it might be fun. Anyway, fun idea. I don't know that because I stream so late it's so late in the US when I stream, it kind of seems like not a good idea because people, it's early in the morning / late in the night when I would be done with stream.
That starts on time every time. I'm the Soy Pill. With me as always, Hutch, Pisco, and special guest today. Give a warm welcome to Tim Miller of the Board.
What's up, Mr. Pill? How's it
Please,
going?
Mr. Pill was my father. Call me Soy.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Soy.
Good to have you, Tim.
How y'all doing?
Call me Dr. Pill.
Very good.
I don't know. I'm
Well.
feeling pretty bad. We don't have a ballroom. And the events that just transpired show that we need it.
Yeah, you can't be safe without a ballroom on the White House grounds. No one is safe anymore, right? It's kind of like a Mad Max environment. We all need a ballroom of our own where we can feel secure.
A chicken in every
Yeah.
pot and a ballroom on every house is my campaign promise.
Michael Tracy.
No, well, that's a good idea. Yeah, we could bring it all together if I was like streaming to Discord, right? I could have like a voice chat that you can get into if you're a sub on. The thing is, like, so the one thing I'm worried about with that is this, right? So of the people that are members on YouTube, I don't know, 20% of you probably are in the Discord and have hooked up the YouTube account to your Discord account so that you automatically have the perms given to you by your YouTube members. But yeah, we do have like sort of the infrastructure set up for this on. I guess I just got to put the word out to make sure that people get in the Discord. Okay, we know what. God damn it. I'm going to make this happen somehow, chat. Soy looks so greasy. I feel greasy. I'm covered in sweat, and some of it's from the spicy pad krapow.
Also, talking about speaking or being safe.
Pre-stream event? Yeah.
Little side plot that happened with Michael Tracy.
Which one? The one where he showed up to Virginia Jeffries Memorial? The one where he picked a fight with Jim Acosta?
Jim Acosta and Juliana. Oh, now I'm not remembering her last name.
Olivia Juliana.
Olivia Juliana. Yeah. So apparently Michael Tracy, who I've had on to talk about Epstein stuff, and he's picking fights too. So it's a big security weekend for all the important local parties.
I got to tell you, we got Jazz Fest here in New Orleans, so I was partying.
Somebody said one of my you notice how low the volume was there, chat? Somebody said one of my segments yesterday was low. Make sure to let me know, because it's like if I have one tab open with low volume, then it's gonna be hard to hear. So always, if you need it turned up, always let me know.
On Saturday night and checked out. We had other Bulwark people who were, on duty, and so it was kind of a downer to be receiving texts and getting content while I was, drinking, watching Trombone Shorty about what was happening. But after I was like a little drunk, and then people started sending me the Michael Tracy, like, come and meet me outside the Hampton Inn. That was really enjoyable. And I did take a little break from the music just to kind of watch him demand that Jim Acosta meet him outside the Hampton Inn and send the Hampton Inn address, the photo of the Hampton Inn, in case you wanted to get it wrong. I feel like we were really denied a good brawl.
Okay, so chat, my suspicion that he drinks when he streams seems to be confirmed here. This is a man that enjoys alcohol. This is like the friend that I always want to make, right? Because I don't know alcohol at all. I know there's like good alcohol out there, and I like drinking with friends sometimes, but I never do it just because like I got no taste in alcohol, and none of my friends are like Tim Miller. But no, he's a drinker, he's a streamer. You know how Sunday likes to have like I don't know, some kind of ale or something when he streams, and well, sometimes the bottle gets the better of Sunday, but it feels like Tim is just like a functional, like not functional, like not. I'm not saying he's a functional alcoholic. I'm just saying he's a happy drunk who is functional at debate, unlike Sunday, who really loses a few steps when he gets drunk. Tim looks greasy too. Yeah, he's drunk. He's drunk.
In the Hampton Inn, like, breakfast area.
We had Dana White at the Hilton. Apparently they're planning some sort of UFC event on the White House. I just don't know why we wouldn't involve Michael Tracy in that, either with Olivia Juliana or Jim Acosta.
Now, was he trying to physically fight Olivia Juliana as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's kind of like who's the guy that Jim Carrey played the biopic? Andy Kaufman. It's very Andy Kaufman like. Yeah.
Well, Tim, I'm curious. I mean, given your experience of how you learned about this news, I had a similar experience where I think after the first assassination attempt on Trump, I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God, what does our country come to? And this is going to, surge him in the polls, and like just kind of having a breakdown. And after this one, I think after 12 hours, I was like, like it happened again. And it's weird to think of it as like this casual sort of brushed off news event, which should, in any other case, dominate a news cycle for maybe a whole year. So like, how are you viewing this as like, what is this, the third?
I don't think you have to feel guilty about that. Obviously it's horrible that someone was trying to shoot up the White House Correspondents' Center, and you can't give anything but just total condemnation to somebody trying to do it. It does. I know it kind of feels weird to say this, but like crazy people try to kill the president, like not irregularly. I mean, it has felt like this happened more with Trump, and like the situation with Butler, I think, was a category difference. I mean, like literally, had he not moved his head, he would have been killed, and that was not something that would have happened. I guess, like Reagan didn't die, but Reagan was the last time somebody got actually hit by a bullet. But like 13, I think, of the last 15 presidents have had an assassination attempt against him. Gerald Ford had 2 in 17 days. Nobody talks about that anymore. It's not like, oh, that was a big historical inflection point. The 2 times Gerald Ford had an assassination attempt against him. So I think that's kind of why you're feeling that way. And also, he didn't really get close. Like I think that there was a moment that night where it was a dramatic scene, right? Like it's on camera, it's live. You see him getting, rushed out of there. You see all the journalists hiding under the tables, and it's like it feels like really, dramatic and serious. But then,
okay, I'm not going to stick to this because we were mainly looking for the Hassan conversation here. But I did want to say, as far as the Trump attempts, the Trump reality show, Butler played a big role in him. I don't know if the Soy Pill was, disagreeing with this, but Butler obviously played a huge role in him winning, even if it's just the propaganda, the symbolism, right? It was part of the narrative. He had to make a narrative that the Democrats crossed the line in prosecuting him, even though it's just like, you know, if you don't prosecute him, you're letting somebody get away with crimes, but just because they're the president. So it's a tough choice that they have. They're going to be accused of lawfare. And also, I don't like the way that you're supposed to run your government. You shouldn't be making those choices. You should have an independent Department of Justice. Now, that's always on a gradient scale. How independent? Right now, it's not independent at all. Usually, it's somewhat independent. But, you know, that's where the narrative starts, right? The Democrats came for the king, and because of the Supreme Court, they didn't get him, right? And then you have a parallel event where a shooter comes for the king and nicks his ear, right? That's what let Trump come back. That's the narrative right there. It was, unfortunately, very important. But I will agree that as time goes on, and this happens again and again and again, it's feeling like the boy who cried wolf. People took the Butler event very seriously, right? There was obviously conspiracy theories, but they weren't super prominent. I don't think they affected the election. But there were, I think as it goes on, and especially after Charlie Kirk, right? The reaction of the Republicans, I think, to Charlie Kirk. God damn, I gotta get this fan closer somehow, even if I have to pull the power. Come on. Oh, fuck yes. Oh my God, it's so good. Panda with an angry face. Oh my God, we need that as an emote, chat. Can we get a panda with an angry face? Anybody love to design emotes? I could really use a panda with an angry face right about now. God damn. Okay. Sorry, my brain was melting again. Let's try to unmelt it. Wait, unmelt it? What does that mean? Freeze it. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to freeze. I need to get brain freeze, chat. I unironically need brain freeze right now to counteract the other thing. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that as time goes by, the Trump drama train of like, it feels like he's faking it, right? And or like making bigger deals out of events than he should. Or you know, my theory is that just like 9/11, maybe they're purposefully like underplaying security in order to attract, in order to invite events like this, right? Because Trump does know that the best thing that can happen, the best thing that's ever happened for him politically is that attempted assassination. And a political animal like Trump cannot help but crave for another one straight to the veins. All right, I'm pretty straight to the veins. Straight to the other ear. Get a matching piercing on the other side or something like that, right? But honestly, it does feel like the boy who cried wolf. The more it happens, the less it matters.
Like you learn that, and I've been to that dinner. It's down the escalator at the Hilton. So if you go into the Hilton in DC, you kind of got to go around a corner and then down.
Yeah. So good point. Toxic Audrey says after Kirk, there was an attempt to kick off the Civil War. They overplayed their hand. Yeah, they overplayed their hand, and they also the Erica Kirk events like the TPUSA, the attempts to ascend TPUSA into mogging status of mogging other political orgs, which honestly it already was. It's a very big, very well funded org that at first was very astroturf, right? There was a long time when Charlie Kirk was doing all these events, and there was nobody that really liked it, but. You know, over time, it has actually, you know, they did fake it. They successfully faked it till they made it. And but now they've unmade it, right? With all these WWF style events celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. Nobody can take it seriously when you do a fucking wrestling megachurch super show and you try to make Charlie Kirk into Jesus, right? That's when you jump the shark. That's when all of this shit jumped the shark. And that's when Republicans pretending to be victims after assassination attempts and the like, that's when that really got overplayed, right? Miss Kirk is the one who jumped the shark. True. All right, I'm going to turn this off because it's probably... Could you hear the fan when I was talking? Narrow by nature, I think I need to put 10... more minutes back up. I can't tell. Somebody tell Narwhal, did I put your 10 minutes back on the clock? Sub add time. I don't think I did. 10M. And look at that. It goes back on the clock just in time. And we're going to have the continuity of the that's what gives your streamer confidence. That's what gives the chat confidence, knowing that I'm going to be able to actually finish one or more of these topics here. But yeah, we got a lot cut out for us because there's this thing with Sam. This is the conversation from 2 weeks ago that we got to finish the encounter with Taylor. I'm going to advance it like 20 minutes and just see what's up here. If anybody out there, super fans, if you got some timestamps for me, I will be willing to take a look at those, or Twitter clips or anything like that. I'll be willing to take a look at those as well. I'm just going to try to find the part where they start talking about Hassan.
Talk about how this.
Oh wait, that's actually easy.
Happen in these chat groups, and then everyone is on the same page like minutes after it happens to talk about the fucking ballroom.
She is spilling some quality tea on the timeline. She spilled some tea today about Corey Mill.
I'm sorry, are we sheeing Pisco? I did say I liked Pisco's glow up, but I don't know if I don't know if we can say she is really serving quite yet. Anyway, no, he's not talking about
Policy. They need to be very clearly anti the stupid war, bluntly. And
here we go.
Like, well, I told it was bad, and this doesn't mean they need to be isolationists. But
yeah,
you guys are heard.
Trump
was going to be anti-war. You're betrayed.
The real thing. Wait, what? No, this isn't it. Okay, search transcript. For Hassan, usually. Or Haas? Oh, here we go. Nope. 27-22.
Some Daily Wire person who's like, condemn Hassan Piker. Like he said that whatever Rick Scott deserves. I don't fucking know what he said about Rick Scott, but something violent happened against him. And I was like, the shooter was on Blue Sky shitting on Hassan Piker.
Look at Hutch. Is it possible, chat? Is it possible for us to maybe duplicate the source that I'm using? And kind of use and zoom in on Hutch. I really want to watch Hutch's face during this. Do you see? This is the most pushback you're gonna get. Is the man's expressions, okay? Oh no, chat. I noticed my voice was fucked today. I know I got some allergies and stuff. Here, what am I trying to do? Duplicate source or something like that. Copy. You copy it, and then you paste it. Did I successfully do that? Oh god, but it's gonna be the same. Oh no, chat. Let's see. Can I edit just this one? All right. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. That's what we want. We want our special guy. It's your special moment, Hutch. This is your close-up. This is your time to shine, Hutch. We're gonna see how you really feel about the things that I almost want to get it so we can see just Tim and Hutch. Is there any way that we could make Tim more visible? Now he's encroaching on my territory. I can't have that. I don't know, chat. We'll worry about Tim later. If I can breathe. All right, let's try this. Here, we're gonna roll it back a little bit. It is hot as fuck, chat.
Raskin's like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, well, how you call him terrible? I don't. Yeah. It's such a
political opponent. The most negative aspects of this administration, because a crazy person might capitalize off of it. And also, how much weight does that really hold when you've got your party calling us, the party of pedophiles? You've got, Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents. It just all rings so hollow now for the third or fourth or fifth time.
Can I pause you right there real quick? I'm so sorry to do this, but I want to channel this question through the CNN question that Dana. Did you guys see this?
Yes.
She asks Raskin, I think. Yeah. Do you feel anything about the heated rhetoric that your side is using? And then Raskin's like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, well, how you call him terrible? I don't. It's such a joke that we live in this world where we're like people are being called out for saying accurate things about the terrible job that the elect president is doing.
And then Raskin kind of backs down and he says like, well, I don't have anything personally against the president. I just hate the policy. So I was like, you don't? I have a lot personal against the president, and that's totally fine, by the way. And it's totally fine to make level personal attacks on him. It is so weird for me on multiple levels. Like people whose business it is to exercise free speech and make arguments, like always immediately after something bad like this goes to, well, it's maybe our words were the problem. You know, maybe we just used a phrase that was a little too hot. And it's like, there isn't any evidence for that. Really, you know, I had somebody going after.
It's gonna feel like, look at his depressing ass apart. Look, I'm not trying to own the man. I'm not trying to like ruin his life, right? It's
Daily Wire person.
I just want to watch him react to the things that I know he disagrees with Tim Miller on, that he's not saying anything about, right? Because I think that all we're gonna get is this like
condemn Hassan Piker. Like he said that, you know, Rick Scott deserves. I don't fucking know what he said about Rick Scott, but you know, something violent happened against him, and I was like, the shooter. Like was on Blue Sky.
Hutch knows what Hassan said about Rick Scott, and I'm pretty sure he's on record in condemning it, right? I'm pretty sure that he is one of these guys that will take. So the Hassan clip in question is Hassan saying if the Republicans really hate Medicare fraud, right, which they are saying that they do so bad that they want to like cut Medicare, right? If they really think it's so bad, right? If they think it's bad when one person, so like, chat, here's the deal. When you hear Medicare fraud, please always understand that there is very little Medicare fraud being done by the recipients, right? The Medicare fraud that does exist is massive, and it's being done by providers and networks and companies, right? And Rick Scott was responsible for this shit, right? So what Hassan is saying is like, if you think that people should be punished for doing Medicare fraud, then God, what are you going to do with Rick Scott? I guess you'll have to execute him, right? You think that people deserve to, you know, you're going to crack down on Medicare fraud. You want to see people go to jail. Okay, what are you going to do with Rick Scott? God, I guess he's got to go in front of a firing squad, doesn't he, right? By your own fucking standards. If you had any kind of consistency so far whatsoever. That's the Hassan quote. That's what Hassan was saying. Nothing else. He was not saying, yeah, the Republicans, right? He's saying if the Republicans believe this, then they should bada Rick Scott. Not like, hey, America, we should, like, you know, anything, right? So, yeah, that's the statement. I'm pretty sure that Hutch was one of the people that was trying to, you know, portray that as like, he's calling for the execution of a sitting senator. Oh my God. You got a hand ring when that happens. But yeah, let's see what his response is, what his reaction. He's kind of cucked here. He's in the, oh my God, chat. His name is Hutch and he's in the cuck chair, isn't he? We don't talk about cucks very often on this stream. What people do in their bedrooms, it's their own business. But yeah, we're talking about in the metaphorical sense. This is Hutch's own show. He's the lead liberal on the show, and because a more powerful liberal wizard has appeared in the form of Tim Miller, Hutch must. Oh my God, look at that! It's underneath the. Oh my God, look at that! Look at that. That's how. That's the layer that Hutch is on right now, the very first layer.
Hassan Piker like 3 days ago. So how is it Hassan Piker's fault that then he went crazy and tried to shoot the Trump? It's like, you know,
gotta do this number right here.
Words are not violence, and I bristled at this when it was like really hot on the left for a little while. The college can't, you know, the cancel culture stuff. Like we need safe spaces. You know, people can't hear.
Mischaracterize the fuck out of that. Sorry, chat. This is a lot. This was. We're talking about 2016, 2017, 2018, right? There was a op by the right wing to get, you know, whatever like campus conservatives, campus Republican club was on a college campus to invite far right speakers to speak. And the reason that people didn't want them there was not because they thought that no one should hear these ideas. We want to cancel. We want to shut down the campus Republicans fun, right? This is their event. We don't want to let them do it. No, it's because when you fucking bring Milo Yiannopoulos in 2017 to a college campus, you bring a bunch of real ass fucking jackbooted Nazis. You bring a bunch of Proud Boys onto who's gonna watch this? It's not. That's the whole thing. Is it they would schedule events that were definitely not for the campus, right? They're using and abusing these schools full of students who vastly do not want this on their campus and definitely do not want the fucking violence, right? And the people that are feeling the violence are like, you know, brown and black students on campus, queer students on campus. They were getting the shit kicked out of them because they bring on these thugs. That's what that was about. It's not about beating, queer bashing Tim Miller. I hate that I have to tell you this, Tim. Okay? But queer bashing is not free speech. That's violence that has afflicted the LGBT community for years and years and years and years. And your stupidity would just invite that violence right onto campus. Hey, no safe spaces? Yeah, we can't learn because there's Proud Boys on our campus. Chat, this happened before freaking Charlottesville, right? A lot of people don't realize, and the media was definitely not paying attention to, the night before Charlottesville happened, there were students on a campus that got overrun by the Jews will not replace us, by the Tiki Torch people, and there was nobody there to help them, and they got the shit kicked out of them by Proud Boys. There were very, very few people that showed up to try to defend the campus, and they got absolutely destroyed, right? And so this is what was going on back then. This is a long time ago. I really don't want to bring it back up. I realize that's the Innuendo Studios video that I have as the default video that plays when you click on my channel is literally about this. If you want to see more about it, more about my thoughts on it, more about what's really going on at that time, and why people like Tim Miller don't even know what they're fucking talking about. They just believe the right-wing lie. Hell, for all I know, he was a right-winger at that point. He was still a Republican, for all I know, and he was like, oh yeah, these college students, they're such snowflakes. They don't want to hear a diverging viewpoint whatsoever. They can only hear the max left viewpoint, and it's not true at all. You're not hearing the max left viewpoint on college campus. You're hearing the max lib viewpoint. You're hearing the max centrist viewpoint most of the times, because college campuses try to to be, we're apolitical. We don't have an opinion. We support all campus Democrats and campus Republicans. You could both bring guests, right? So yeah, he completely misunderstands that. I don't want to get back into it. If you do want to see it, it's on my channel. It's an old video, but I think it may be the video that's like featured on the channel right now. So if you're interested in that, Innuendo Studios explains it way better than Tim Miller possibly could, and it's a pretty informative video if you're interested in taking a trip back in time. Even when Innuendo Studios made the video, it was like years after the events had. These are events that occurred before I was any kind of content creator. For the record, what we're talking about, Charlottesville and the campus invasions, which is really what they were. This happened so long ago. But yeah, I got sidetracked. Anyway, Hutch.
Speakers that they think are too aggressive, and it's just like we should be able to live in a vibrant society where people call each other dicks and say that you're an asshole or you're corrupt or you're a pedophile cover-upper or whatever. Like if it's appropriate, if it's true, if it's appropriate, if it's true, or if it could be true. Like people should be able to make those arguments, and that's fine. That has nothing to do with a gunman shooting at somebody. And I think part of this I do think is it's like we're so fucked in the guns situation. Like they're just the proliferation of guns in the country is so great that it's like people are kind of bored with talking about that after shootings as a problem. I was going back to Butler, and immediately we did this after Butler, and everybody's like, was it the rhetoric? I'm like, this is like a weirdo kid. I don't think he was watching Meet the Press. I don't think it was the Meet the Press rhetoric that was a problem.
Wasn't Jamie Raskin?
Yeah, it wasn't Jamie Raskin. And then like on the way to shoot Trump, he stopped. I used to know what the store was, I forget. But he stopped at like some big box store and bought bullets like on the way. And I was like, isn't that actually a bigger problem? Like, shouldn't we have a waiting period for buying a certain number of bullets? Like, it seems like, if we're going to try to stop this, that would have been a more efficient response than.
Okay, let's see what else we got as far as Hassan. Is it Control G? Oh my God, let's just do it like this. HASS is how they always spell Hassan. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay, so here we go.
Tim, I want to dive into your politics a little bit more, if you don't mind. Yeah, so we've had a ton of discourse in our spaces in recent kind of weeks. Some of it has related to Hassan, but it's more been about like a bigger conversation about the future of the Democratic Party. You're obviously like a Republican defector, and so I'm curious to know what you think should be the playbook for Democrats in the short term to sort of maximize electoral wins, and also like what you personally want to see, and do those things overlap?
Yeah, can I just say on just Hassan briefly? When I engaged in that discourse very early.
Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so confused here.
How did I know that it's all everybody want to talk about for weeks. But one of the points I made when I first engaged with it is that like the establishment Republicans, or excuse me, the establishment.
Were they talking about Hassan earlier? Somehow just like not mentioning his name? Did they Voldemort him? Let me just look back really quick, read some of this transcript. I was at the RNC when I was at Jeb with Jeb. You know, we had lists of people. Yeah, he's a Jeb Bush. That was his candidate, right? I want to make too much of that. I don't think Jeb was ready for that that run. But if you want to know what his politics were before Trump, there you go. Jeb Bush, right? He wanted a continuity of the neocons, and I haven't really heard him say much to the effect that he's changed now. Anyway, let's try to just start it where it is. And I looked back, it doesn't look like they're talking about Hassan. So, but the way that the Tim responded is like, oh, just so I could address the Hassan thing really quickly. It was like, wait a minute, did I miss something?
I talked about a Freudian slip. The establishment Democrats who were going after him were like stepping on a big rake. Like this was a massive self. Hassan is going to absolutely backfire on them.
Wait, are we at 1.5? We got to stop. No.
Democratic voter does not want that, and you know there's some category of people that do, but if anything it will end up.
Okay, let's watch this at normal speed, because I'll make him look like a freak if we watch him at fast speed, right? But yeah, I mean, look, you can see some of the screenshots here that I'm getting. Yeah, a little bit distressed that Tim is dropping these facts on his Asan. This one it said, wait a minute, let me look ASAN. It's sometimes the transcript gets it as Asan instead of Hassan. Okay, there we go. Just once it did that. Sometimes it spells Hassan with two S's.
Briefly, when I engaged in that discourse very early, which in retrospect was maybe a mistake, because
deer in a headlights.
That's all everybody want to talk about for weeks. But one of the points I made when I first engaged with it is that like the establishment Republicans, or excuse me, the establishment Democrats, I'd talk about a Freudian slip. The establishment Democrats who were going after him were like stepping on a big rake. Like this was a massive cell phone that like putting out a memo that's like people shouldn't talk to Hassan is going to absolutely backfire on them. And you know, the base, or like the active kind of Democratic voter does not want that. And you know, there's some
oh my god,
but if anything
it's painful,
empowering.
I feel bad for him,
like as an anti-establishment figure who's fighting them, because that's what people are looking for right now. Graham Plattner and Janet Mills, and that's exactly what's happened. And it was really dumb of the third way to do it, just as a strategic matter. My thinking, and I feel like I have good credibility on this, because like when I'm about to suggest the Democrats do goes against like what my personal political preference would be. You know, if I could wave a magic wand to make somebody president, I would want like Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no viability.
Wait. I stopped watching. God damn it.
I think
I wanted some tea so bad.
Like Jared Polis. Credibility on this, because like what happened, and it was really dumb of the third way to do it, just as a strategic matter. My thinking, and I feel like I have good credibility on this, because like when I'm about to suggest the Democrats do goes against like what my personal political preference would be. You know, if I could wave a magic wand to make somebody president, I would want like Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no viability as a national figure.
Oh, look at that. Maybe he do. Maybe Hutch doesn't like Polis. I don't know. If you don't understand, Jared Polis is one of the weirdest Democrats. We talk so much about Fetterman basically being a MAGA wing of the Democratic Party. Polis is a strange political creature, right? I'm not sure if I entirely understand, but it is like there may be something. I think there are some issues that he is legitimately, liberal or progressive about, but in a lot of ways, he's a libertarian. In a lot of ways, I think he's somehow like somewhat even culturally aligned with MAGA. We need to look into Jared Polis more, because the fact that Tim Miller suggests him, you know, he's like, that would be my favorite candidate, right? It's not going to happen. I don't know. Maybe he deserves more attention. All the attention's going to Fetterman, chat. We gotta pay attention to Polis.
But I think that the Democrats need to put forth a candidate. I guess we're doing this in the 2028 context, but even in statewide candidates and federal level, who has some distance.
I need to look into him more because everything I've heard about Jared Polis and the way that he's governing the state is just really fucking. Oh yeah, there was like a wasn't there a Jan 6er or something that he pardoned for Trump, right? Is that correct? Or maybe it was somebody that was aligned with the Gen 6ers that had been working the polls or something and was trying to there's somebody that like, you know, that got like convicted over stuff around, you know, Gen 6 and the actual attempt to steal the election that Trump and his allies like Rudy Giuliani, who is now in critical condition in a hospital somewhere. That's your fault, chat, for making him upset. Probably farting up a storm in that hospital room right now as we speak. Tim is getting a shit rap tonight. Yeah. I mean, look, people liked him as a like never Trumper because, you know, he will say something like, you know, hey guys, fighting with Hassan Piker is like stepping on a rake. Don't do it. But, you know, his actual politics are, you know, they are what they are. Remember, he was a Jeb Bush guy. Oh my God, chat, I'm starting to cool down. It's starting to, yeah, the clouds are coming. And so it's like, oh, I don't know. My air conditioner's not strong enough, chat. I don't know how I'm going to, like I said, I'm in this weird time, right? There's the smoky season, which is pretty hot, but it's pretty dry. And then there's the rainy season, which is pretty humid, but it's cooler because there's always clouds and rain and stuff like that, right? And I'm in between them. I'm in the season where it is rained a little bit, so it is humid, but it is also hot as fuck. And yeah, I just gotta get through this. You need to listen to him with Sarah Longwell and JVL. You aren't getting his best take. Well, I'm aware of that, Wretch, KP, and that's what I was trying to explain is that people don't people like Tim Miller, right? As far as this kind of you know, this variety of never Trumper, right? People on the left, you know, he gets along well with lefties. He gets along, you know, with Hassan, and he's, you know, he is, and yeah, his takes are going to be better than Sarah Longwell's or Jay Vale's, probably most people at the network. But just to get, you know, I mean, he's being honest here, right? He's not trying to sneak into the Democratic Party, which I think you could kind of say that about Sarah Longwell, right? She is, indicated that she has some sort of influence with you know, the Democratic candidates, and when we saw what, you know, the course that Kamala took, like, that should make you very nervous, right? Sarah Longwell is nobody's even liberal. She is very much a conservative that's trying to kind of like, you know, hello fellow kids her way into influence in the Democratic Party. Tim Miller, on the other hand, he's more open about what he really believes. He'll let you know, I am a Jared Polis Democrat. Okay. Yeah, but he's not trying to hide it. He's not trying to hide it. And he can have a conversation with you without crashing out, right? So let me give him his flowers. Because some people in chat, you know, I could see you're like, you know, you're getting a bad take from him today. I get what you're saying, right? He's not the worst person at the Bulwark. He's less annoying than Hutch. True, Jetta. True.
Clinton, Biden, Harris triumvirate.
Yeah.
And like they need some distance from them, and it needs to be like comprehensible and understandable to people, to dum-dums, like what the difference is.
Oh no.
I think probably it is.
Oh no, Hutch.
A little bit more.
Oh no.
What that exactly looks like, I think, is up to the person, but mostly it is that they need to offer a critique.
Like, honestly, liberals like Hutch should be fine with this. What he's saying, right? He's not saying he's talking about how they run, right? He's like, you got to indicate some economic populism. What form that actually takes, that's up to you. But you just need to indicate, and he's right. He's right. At the bare minimum, Democrats that want to survive this wave, you know, shit-lib Democrats that want to survive this wave, they've got to somewhat get on board. They've got to somewhat bend the knee. And they definitely have to indicate we are not going to give you more of the same, even if they are even if they are. So I don't know, like for Tim Miller, it's like you tell him anything you want. Tell him you're going to be an economic populist. Yeah. Tell him that if there's a strike, you're going to be there on the picket line with them with a very soft shoe, like President Obama wasn't. You just tell them, and this is what Democrats do constantly. They tell you anything. They distract you. They jingle keys in your face. They're like, whoa, economic populism. Just kidding. They'll always have the rotating cast of villains to be like, oh, I'd love to give you that economic populism that we're talking about, but let me tell you, John Fetterman, he's so hard to deal with. He's so hard to, we need to get Fetterman on board, and he's twisting our arms. So sorry, I guess we're gonna have to wait on that. But don't worry, we're for economic populism. We believe in what you believe. Yeah. And if next week you decide that you believe that trans people are the reason that the Democratic Party is, failing, then we're gonna believe in that too. We don't care. We just want to win power, and we don't care about the policy. Like I said before, that has a very bad side in that the Democrats don't stand for anything, and people can like low-key tell that, but also a good point in that, like Sam Cedar would probably say, they are able to be pushed around because ultimately they are aligning themselves in accordance to where the power is. And if the people jump up, get active, and take the power back from the donors, that's what they're going to respond to, right? Anyway.
Democratic Party establishment for being too cozy with corporate interests and saying that they're going to fight it. Some of those proposals will be very stupid, but like there's some that are good, and I think that the framing is more important than the actual policies.
I imagine you vibe a little bit with Tallarico then, right? Because he's leaning into some populism, but he's not fully committing in the same way that Plattner is. I do
vibe a little bit with Tallarico. I think that then on foreign policy, they need.
God, Toxic Audrey, that is the right take at the right time. And you see, like after all that, right? After all those faces, after the torture that it is for Hutch to come on, to have Tim Miller come on, somebody that is the same political perspective as he, the same political, neck of the woods, ideologically as he is, but is saying, oh my God, fight with Hassan? That's stupid. Oh shit, I do that every day. I guess I'm stupid every day. Yep. And then say, as far as what you want to run on, economic populism, bash Kamala and Biden. Hutch doesn't like that, but he can't say anything. Exactly like Toxic Audrey saying, Hutch has to come off as if he knows more to gain the favor of the audience. Wait, of the Bulwark audience? Is that what you're saying? I think he also has to come off as like not an op to Tim Miller. Right, because again, like I said, his viewpoint very closely aligns to that of Tim Miller, in terms of what the politics they actually believe in. He just has different ideas on the process, right? Of trying to purge the left wing, which Hutch is a big fan of. Tim is not such a big fan of. And as far as like what the Democratic politicians need to do in this election, obviously, I don't think Hutch is behind a saying fuck Kamala and fuck. You mean Chad and Stacey from the Majority Report? Wait, what? Chad and Stacey from the Majority Report?
To be very clearly anti the stupid war, bluntly and clearly, not like, well, the Ayatollah was bad, and this doesn't mean they need to be isolationists, but they need to say, hey, you guys are heard. You thought Trump was going to be anti-war. You're betrayed by him. You can trust us.
Okay, I'm going to turn off the window for now.
It doesn't mean we're isolationists. We support our allies in Europe. We're going to try to mend fences with the countries want to mend fences with us, but no more stupid wars. We're going to get us the hell out of it. I think they should do that. And I think it would probably be beneficial for the Democrats to try to demonstrate some type of distance from their past. Like those two are kind of moves to the left. I'd say a move to the right, just slightly, on either immigration or public safety, like demonstrating that there's like some.
I mean, he should like that, right?
Feeling of, hey, a move to the right. That's to us, but no more stupid wars. We're going to get us the hell out of it. I think they should do that. And I think it would probably be beneficial for the Democrats to try to demonstrate some type of distance from their past to like those two are kind of moves to the left. I'd say a move to the right, just slightly on either immigration or public.
Okay, so just to summarize it, move to the left on issues like war and issues like economic populism. Then move to the right on, he said, you could pick either. You could either move to the right on criminal justice, right? Does anybody think that shit got solved after after the BLM protests? Does anybody feel like that was resolved? Does anybody feel like that black people and people of color in the United States are their lives are less in danger in law enforcement situations? And yet Tim is, perceiving this, unthinking mass of like, we want tough on crime. We want tough on crime. He hasn't noticed that tough on crime now to the American people looks like shooting people in the face. All right. Donald Trump fucked up his two biggest issues, right? He was getting accolades on two issues where the Democrats weren't pushing back. They weren't offering a counter narrative, right? They allowed the Republicans to try to define those issues, and therefore they were left like fighting in a non-existent reality where somehow crime is out of control and it's all being done by immigrants, when in reality immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than citizens, and we're at record low crime, right? But Tim is like, yeah, just sacrifice again, just like these guys don't believe it. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, the Democrats don't believe in anything. Tim let us know what he really believes in, but yeah, thinking with this kind of consultant mind, he's very malleable into, the last indication we got, American people really don't believe in, they really don't want to go to the left on criminal justice. Oh my God, chat, we're still like the biggest, like it's gotten worse under Trump, right? We were the biggest incarcerator of people prior to Trump. And now we've got like a whole gulag archipelago of ICE detention centers as well, right? We're using a fucking dictator in El Salvador's like torture prison, right? The prison, we're a corrupt dictator that works with the cartels, chat, that is buddy with the cartels, that hold the cartels. Listen, if you can hide your bodies better, I can overlook your criminal activity, and I can go after your enemies, and I can go after any of yours or my critics, right? This is corrupt as shit. That fucking monster down there, Bukele, that man should fucking see an international court. And if I was on that fucking court, you better believe I'm voting for the death penalty for that motherfucker. You better believe I want to purge that fucking evil legally from the world, all right? And that's who we're working. That's who we're in bed with, right? We want to go to the right. I'm sorry, I just can't stand like and this is his advice, right? This isn't even, what he personally wants. Rick Scott is, and all these right wingers are bad faith engagements always.
Like demonstrating that there's like some feeling of, hey, things got a little out of control.
All right. So here's what, I get what he's saying. You get, okay, like look, to summarize, right? Tim is like, listen, that's kind of wild too. This is wild to hear from him. This actually doesn't even make sense on like what I know about him as a political consultant and stuff. But do you hear what he's basically saying? Listen, here's the deal, okay? Americans don't necessarily hate the Democratic Party. They hate Biden and Kamala. And so here's what I want you to do. Go out and say, we're more economically populist than Biden and Kamala. All right? We're going to take on price gouging, unlike Biden and Kamala. We're gonna take on the corporations, and maybe we could throw in like money in politics, right? We're gonna do that. We are gonna give you no more bullshit forever wars like the ones that Trump is doing, and the ones that Democrats very often endorse, right? Even if they do not, go into them, even if they don't pull the trigger on the war, they're very much way too many liberals in favor of that shit. We're not like that, all right? We're against that shit, right? And but also, Kamala and Biden, they were too nice to criminals. We need to lock those motherfuckers up. We need to raise the mandatory minimums. We need to, I don't know, hire more cops. We need to over-police already over-policed neighborhoods, right? And we need to, wait, what was the other one that he said? War, and the last thing he said, help me think of it. Okay, so yeah, he's talking about San Francisco. So that's violent illegal immigrants. Wait, was he really talking about immigration? Is that what he said? Middle East wars? That don't mean we're an isolationist. Just because we don't want to get into the stupid Middle East wars doesn't mean we're an isolationist. We support the allies in Europe, mend the fences there. We are not going to get pulled. We're not going to get us the hell out of it. Sorry, this is a bad transcript. And I think probably beneficial for the Democrats to try to demonstrate some types of distance from their past, like these two. Okay, so distance from that, from the, I'd say move to the right just slightly on either immigration or public safety, right? This shit doesn't work, Tim. All this shit does is empower. When you collapse an issue by saying the Republicans were right on this all along, what you end up doing is opening up another front for another marginalized group to get attacked, and you stay on the fucking defense. You got to get on the offense. And that means, this is the problem. When I say that Democrats don't believe in their message, there's too many Democrats that believe in Trump's message on immigration. That believe that we're letting too many people, that believe maybe there's a little bit of the great replacement going on. I don't know, chat. Same thing with trans rights, and same thing with crime, right? Their instinct is to be tough on crime. They have to adapt when, there's something like the protest in 2020 to kind of, change up their message. But now they want to go right back and again, collapse that issue. It's a bullshit issue, chat. We have been the biggest incarcerator. Our carceral state is larger than any other, prison system in the fucking world, with maybe the exception of some, crazy dictators like Bukele. And it hasn't worked. Broken windows policing hasn't worked. None of this shit has worked. We gotta fucking learn a lesson, chat. This is such failure. Such utter failure.
With far left prosecutors in San Francisco and some of these places, and we need to make sure that violent criminals are put behind bars, and that we need to make sure that violent illegal immigrant criminals are behind the bars or sent home. And
he's kind of drunk.
That doesn't mean
not to say he doesn't mean what he's saying or anything, but
becoming like bigoted or nativist, but just demonstrating that there's like a little bit of a pivot from where things were. I think that comes.
Do you see what he's saying? Right? We're going to say Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. This is what blows my head. What is wrong with me, chat? I'm too hot still. It's still muggy as fuck. I might have to take a break to just try to crank that air conditioner or something like that. I got to do something to keep myself sane in here. Hopefully it's going to rain in a second. I don't know. But wait, what? I'm trying to get to something. What? Oh my God, I'm distracted. So what he wants to do is to say Kamala Harris, not an economic populist. Joe Biden, not an economic populist, despite the fact that the Biden administration, there's definitely issues that I wish they had done better on. There's definitely things that I wish they had done more about. But to say that they were on the left side of the party and it's certainly in their designs in the Green New Deal, right, would have been incredibly economically populist, and Biden is as bad as he is on that particular front. He was a little bit of a pivot away already from that shit. So that I'm like kind of uncomfortable, even though I don't have value for Biden or Kamala. I definitely don't want Kamala to run, but you would think that Tim Miller would. That's like probably your best, your best centrist chance, right? Is Kamala Harris. She's winning right now, chat. She's blowing everybody else out of the water. She's at like in the mid-20s, and I think the highest person is like Gavin Newsom at like 12%. 7, and then AOC at like 8%, right? She's winning right now. I'm kind of surprised that he's saying this. Like, tie it all to Kamala Harris, right? So sandbag the most now look here, just to be really clear, I'm not disagreeing with like, I don't want Kamala Harris to be the candidate. I really don't want Kamala Harris. In fact, I almost think she's a worse candidate maybe than Gavin Newsom, all because she's got, so much baggage. But he wants to really be like, they were the economic non-populists. They were the forever war people. Okay, that one you could kind of make an argument about, yeah, definitely their support for Israel was there, even if they didn't, and then they backed the, U.S., kind of military and industrial complex largely. And obviously Kamala's campaign made that really clear with her most lethal army claim. So, right, they're war hawks. They're not economically populist, and they're in the pockets of the immigrants, right? They love the immigrants too much, right? We got to do something about these immigrants. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they won't tell you that, but we really got to we got to get these immigrants. They're taking advantage of us. Oh my God. And he says either crime or, immigration, they got to move to the right on. They're going to do both, and they're going to combine them, and they're going to reinforce the Trump narrative that the crime is coming from immigrants, which is objectively not. This is what pisses me off about people who believe nothing. Anyway, chat, I am crashing out. Let me put this on. I'm going to try to make the temperature a little bit colder in here and try to,
Combination is probably the sweet spot for them. That'd be
in your view, who's the most posed to do this that's on the playing field right now? Because so many of the current candidates I see are either linked. I mean, Harris might run again to some of these things that you need to say we need to distance ourselves from.
Yeah, I don't know how long ago this was. Harris is definitely running. Harris was 100% running, and she's winning right now, right? So that's why it blows my mind that he's, pin it all on Biden and Harris, right?
Some of them.
She's 1,000.
You know what you're inviting there? Can you imagine if a Democratic candidate did this, right? The Democratic Party has lost its way during the 2000s. Biden didn't do enough for the working class, and he was too pro-war. Also, he loves the immigrants, and he doesn't care that they're in here doing crime to us, right? So we're going to get the Democratic Party back on track. We're going to take care of crime. No more liberal prosecutors in San Francisco letting people out. We're going to pack them all up. We're going to increase our prison population, and we're going to keep those borders shut. President Trump did such a good job in finally closing the borders, and we're going to maintain that. That's one good thing that the Trump administration. This is the kind that they want. Do you know what that invites? That invites Kamala to say, no, I'm not the one who loves the immigrants. Actually, it's you. I want to lock the immigrants up for longer. I want to give more money to ICE, right? I want to outdo. You're going to get an escalation to, positions that nobody wants, especially after seeing people get shot in the face for opposing ICE. This is madness, chat. I don't know where this is coming from. I do know I'm fucking losing it here, so I better take a break and try to cool down the apartment somehow.
These shifts that you're
I think it's tough.
Can I get a dehumidifier? Is that a thing? Could I get something to could I make the inside not muggy, and maybe that would make it so, because seriously, chat, I'm on 22 degrees Celsius, right? I'm on 22 degrees Celsius. That's plenty cool, and I don't feel plenty cool. I feel like I'm swimming in an invisible sea of moisture all around me, chat, and I gotta do something about this. Also, I'm crashing the fuck out, so I'm gonna give you back to Irene for a second, and I will be back as soon as I can. As soon as I can, figured out a way to. Those exist. Some portable AC units do it. Dehumidifiers, and does it work? Remove yeah, because the whole thing is, chat, it's plenty cool in here. I know it's plenty cool in here. It's just it's got to be something with the humidity, right? And I don't have a swamp cooler. It's not one of those coolers that doesn't work in humidity, right? Is that a swamp cooler that does that? No, wait, the swamp cooler is the opposite. Yeah, I don't know, chat. My brain is gonna explode.
I think it's pretty concerning, because I think the answer is to that question is going to people that haven't really been around. I mean, one of that is, okay, maybe one of these guys wins a surprise Senate race and just runs again immediately, like for president. I know there'll be a lot of push against that, but that could be Tallarico, could be Platner. People find that crazy, but I don't. I mean, Obama and Trump were both crazy, and they're the last people to win twice. And then, maybe more reasonable to that would be somebody like a Wes Moore or one of the two Georgia senators, Ossoff and Warnock, both kind of demonstrated they've won in the South in a swing state. Those are kind of the names that come to mind. Nobody's really knocking my socks off right now on this front. I like Pete personally. Again, like I think if this was like a wave the magic wand and let Tim have somebody he likes, like I would be totally happy with Pete. If the Democrats' biggest problem is working class men, I don't know. I just think a gay polyglot is like a tough pitch.
What the fuck is a polyglot? What is that?
Somebody who speaks a lot of languages. But
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think that he would use a lot of words that they wouldn't know. And
Very
so
John Kerry coded.
yeah, maybe that's wrong. Pete has exceeded my expectations at every step of the way politically. So I don't know.
If he ever becomes president, I feel like he would have to be VP first, and then following like a popular Democratic presidency that could segue into that. But it's hard to see just him winning the primary in 2028.
Yeah, I don't think it's a 0% chance, but it's a little tough. Yeah,
I actually see a connection between what you just said about Pete and your thoughts on Hassan, namely that it's not necessarily the case that your personal preferences, ideologically, personally, are going to determine what you think is most politically useful, such as appearing on people's shows with whom you disagree tremendously, or picking a candidate that perhaps you even differ with greatly because of their ability to win. So talk us through that sort of practical, pragmatic sense of your politics.
Yeah, there's only two parties, I mean, if I was a podcaster in a European country where there's like kind of a, the FDP in Germany or something, where there's like a social left party and like fiscally kind of conservative party, like I would go all in for the party that most matches me. Like we have two parties, and one of them is a right-wing authoritarian party, which is a grave threat to the country right now. And so, like, as far as I'm concerned, the best thing to do is, try to encourage and advocate for an alternative to that can be successful. And I think more than just being successful, that can like wipe it out. I always go back to Biden 2020, the morning after, like I was sad. I was very sad because I didn't know exactly how bad it was going to get ahead, but I knew that like this wasn't over, like that we needed to beat him way more, like that was too close, and that either he would reemerge or some facsimile of him would emerge, and that we are going to be in this for a bit.
You didn't warn us about January 6th. That was very selfish of you, Tim.
Yeah, sorry.
It sounded like you knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't know exactly though. I kind of did. I did a lot of alarm sounding, and some of my never Trumper friends who are on the more conservative side were like, "You guys are being alarmist," and I was like, "No." And I will tell you, on our Bulwark live stream the night of January 6th, so I like to dunk on my colleagues over them. Many of them were talking about how like Trump was over. And I was like, by Valentine's Day, these guys are going to come back around February 14th. And I was wrong. It was sooner. Like we didn't even get through January before those guys came back around on him. So anyway,
as soon as McCarthy took that photo op with him, I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no, they're still behind him. This is not good.
So because of that threat, I just think it's important to be practical. And I kind of laugh. I was like, if you graded like how close a candidate to me was from like 0 to 100, like McCain, Obama, like both of them were like decently close to me, like I in various ways, like they weren't too far apart from each other, and both of them were way closer to me than like Trump and Harris were. I mean, like just just if you're like doing a checklist of like policies. And I didn't know how good I had it back in 2008. I was kind of like, I don't really like, you know what I mean? I didn't really think I liked either of them that much. And so it's like, I have just accepted that like we're going to go through a period where there's not going to be a like very Tim coded candidate ideologically, and like that's fine. Like we're in a democratic system, and like there are only two options, and you know, maybe an outside person can emerge sometime. It's not going to be this next time, and you know, and so I just think it's important to like give honest analysis of that, and also I give honest advice based on that. Like for me to come on and be like, you know what they should really do is we should have a Tim Miller coded candidate who's for open borders and gay supremacy and like red tape cutting. It's just like, that'd be awesome if there was a majority of the country that was for that. But like, I don't think there is.
Well, you're talking about it like it's like an arranged marriage. Like, look, I'm not happy about it, but this is what's best for the families, and then the dowry is so big that we can't say no.
Is that not wrong though?
No,
it's not kind of wrong. I mean, you know, I know the people. Some people are they get politics and they get very, I don't know, starry-eyed about it, and like it should make, you know, I feel like politicians should make me sing, and I should be very passionate about advancing my ideals. Like I think all that's nice and stuff. I'm just more practical about it all.
You're speaking my language, Tim. You're speaking my language.
I have to ask though, because this is kind of an extension of this, is the point of the coalition and who's in the tent and who's helping us. And like, to me, quite obviously you are, right? Like you are fundamentally aligned with fighting Trump and the fascist wave that's happening right now. But it's clear that at a certain point, as the Overton window shifts, you will be opposed to the liberal candidate. Now, you won't be like, you know, tearing them down and backstabbing or doing some crazy Gen 6 stuff, but you will be saying, hey, like, this isn't who I want. This person is not my politics. So at what point, I guess this is idealistic, because like, oh God, what a world I would love to live in where we have to worry about whether or not Tim Miller is not on our side, and not instead of the fascists. But at what point do the people that are currently in the coalition, the Never Trumpers, the super far...
Okay, I noticed a few things in there, right? When a guy tells you that that Obama and McCain are very close to, or both very close to him, both very close to each other. I mean, there you go. There you go. This is what got us Trump, right? A moment that should have been more of a watershed. I know people think of the Obama presidency as a watershed moment. In many ways it was. And you know, some of those ways it also wasn't, right? I'm thinking of the Affordable Care Act, for instance, right? There was hunger for for universal health care, for single payer. You could have done it if you wanted to. Obama obviously didn't want to, right? So this is what Democrats do. They steal the moment. They steal the energy. They use that energy for their campaign, hope, change, healthcare, right? You think that you're getting fucking healthcare. You think that maybe for once you're going to live in that country that you dream of, where it's like, if you're sick, you get taken care of and you're not a penny poorer for it, right? There's no penalty for having health problems, having health issues, right? That will not affect your bottom line. And instead we get this fucking compromise, which, look, it's better than nothing. It expanded, coverage. Definitely some people that very much needed coverage and had never had it before got that coverage under the Affordable Care Act. But it's a miss of an opportunity, and it also dispirits a whole generation. You got a whole generation that was super excited, that specifically were like, we're going to have a Democrat this time, not a Republican, right? Because the Republican was the Iraq War guy. We're not going to have that guy. We're going to have a Democrat, and it's not going to be Hillary Clinton, because Hillary Clinton, even though now she's saying the right things, she was too close to that whole military industrial complex, right? I'm talking about millennials here, chat, got behind Obama in a way that you can't really imagine, and threw themselves into that campaign, right? That campaign was very much people powered, and it was people powered because people wanted to turn the page on history. And instead they got a guy that has decided we're not going to look backwards. that was a huge moment which created the conditions necessary to make Trump. So, there you go. If you need any more convincing that the Obama years, although I would love to switch back to a shitty president like Obama over a shitty president like Trump. But I know too much now, Chad, and I know that there's something about that Obama presidency that it is designed to capture revolutionary energy and turn it into something that doesn't really change as much as you'd think it would, right? Anyway, I guess we're gonna get back to Hassan here. It feels like it. It feels like they're like on again, off again here.
The leftists. At what point are we supposed to say, okay, and now we're opposed? Is it as soon as now both parties have a candidate and they can separate from that tent, or is it before that?
Yeah, and I think that there'll be obviously some disagreements in 2028, but I like,
Okay, so my takeaway so far from this conversation, it's not nearly like as about Hassan as I thought. That one moment that the Majority Report played for us, right? That was kind of it, and it didn't have to be. If Hutch really didn't like what Tim Miller was saying, you remember what happens, chat, when I don't like something that somebody's saying on my stream, right? Even if they're a friend of mine, they're probably going to get not yelled at, but they're probably going to face pushback that they're not going to like. Okay. Because I don't let people spew bullshit on my stream, right? I'm never gonna just sit there and be like and look uncomfortable like Hutch is doing here. But yeah, I was thinking that there's got Hutch, like, I'm surprised he didn't push back, I guess. But I suppose we know why as well. Well, look, he's reading the room. I mean, on one hand, look, if this is what it takes to shut him up about the Hassan thing, then I guess, right? He's like, okay, well, if I can collab with the Bulwark, I guess I'll shut the fuck up about Hassan. I won't be happy about it, but I'll shut the fuck up. Oh my God, chat, I needed that smoothie. We got 1 hour and 16 minutes left, chat. It's going by fast. This might be another short stream tonight. But we got to get to the other fucking topic. Let me just search through this again. 34 minutes into it. Oh God, it lasts long. You know what? I mean, these are like the 2 times. Yeah, I don't know if they are going to get back to the Hassan conversation. I don't know, maybe the transcripts are just really weird. Executive decision, chat. If we're gonna see the Taylor Lorenz thing at all, let alone any bonus content, we haven't really gotten to any bonus content. That's the thing that I'm most frustrated about.
The Democrats need to put forth a...
But it is raining.
I guess
it is raining.
2028 context, but even in statewide...
What am I doing? Excuse me? Oh, I rewound that. I've confused myself. That's what I meant to do.
The sort of things. It's fine if she had taken.
Your name,
just let me
you
finish
are credited
instead
with
of
the story,
just let me finish.
Well,
guys,
you
we're
have been cutting me
inceptions.
off pretty consistently throughout this entire exchange.
All right. Well, then this is just not going to be.
Okay, so that's the moment where I said it's getting good now, and I cut it off, and I was like, all right, we're gonna have to get back to this tomorrow to make sure that you'd stick around, that you'd be here today when I'm actually gonna have a topic suggestion, the CNN video about the Academy of men who drug their wives and do unconsensual shit in their sleep. Oh my God.
We're not going to be able to have a conversation because we're talking about a story that was edited by so many people, and I don't know what to tell you other than
Okay, so are you distancing yourself from that label?
Oh my
then?
God. If Olivia Juliana had reached out after that story and said, you grossly mischaracterized my views, I'm not a centrist, take it out, you mischaracterized it, whatever, I would have been happy to bring that to the editor. And the editor could have looked at her positions and decided whether or not that was correct.
Well, Taylor,
this is how journalism
opinion
works.
But Taylor, her opinion is not especially relevant. Like if you're saying that, if you're saying that the language, if you're saying that the centrist language.
I'm sorry I keep on looking out the window, chat. I probably should just acknowledge what's going on outside. It is, you know what? I probably need to take my laundry stuff down. It's windy and it is raining, a light rain, and it's sunny. I don't get it. I don't get it. But something's happening out there. Hey, at least there's some rain. But you know what I mean? It's like it's super muggy out there too. It's sunny and it's raining, and it's not raining very hard. It's raining just enough for the sun to be like, ooh, hey, let me turn that into moisture. Yeah, did somebody order some more moisture? Would you like the air to be, more saturated with like water vapor? Would you like to feel like you're in a steam room? Yeah, we can handle that. We can handle that. We got the sun. We got just enough rain to just go down there and turn into a muggy soup that you have to swim through in order to even walk around. I'm not complaining, okay? This is beautiful weather, for the record. This is absolutely gorgeous weather. I assume Hillary was going to start World War III. That is the woman who didn't divorce her husband because he bombed the Balkans? Wait, this is more lore than I know about Hillary. What is this about the Balkans?
Was not something that you picked. Is that your...
Wait, are you saying that she would have divorced him, but then he bombed the Balkans? Or are you saying that she should have divorced him after he bombed the Balkans?
A way of saying that you're kind of distancing yourself from that language.
I would have, until this conversation, called Olivia Juliana a centrist because she's a Democrat in a red state. And I would imagine that most people that are the Democrats in the red states lean to the center. Also, when I had spoken to her years ago, that was my understanding of her. And also, that's, again...
Okay, and this is, remember, the way that they have peeled the oyster of Taylor Lorenz away from the shell of like Olivia Juliana is a... Olivia Juliana is a centrist... is that what they say? Centrist liberal? I mean, yeah, that's what she said, right? She is. She's a, she's on the left. She does American Doll content and somehow, like, shoehorns Hillary Clinton style politics into that American Girl Instagram account. I can't imagine how that works, but that's Olivia Juliana for you. I don't think that's a bad description, but Taylor's like, okay, well, I admit you. They're like, you're a centrist. Don't you think a centrist is more like, oh my God, what did they say? Did they say Dave Smith? I think they said Dave Smith, right? A centrist is more like Dave Smith. Is Olivia Juliana Dave Smith? No, not exactly. So I guess she's not a centrist liberal then. Okay, Hutch. Yeah, she's way too charitable to these. I shouldn't say these fucks. I mean, Hutch is a fuck, but I don't know that much about the soy pill and IRI. I don't have good memories of, but oh God, yeah, IRI is. I should like rank these guys from like most to least, like on the ideological spectrum. I would say IRI is, the furthest right. He is still repping the, pro-Israel Democratic Party line. Hutch at least is smart enough to say, well, I'm not on board with what Israel's doing. However, the Palestinian protesters, or however Hassan or whatever, right? That's his style. Soy pill, I think the same way, probably a little to the left of Hutch from what I've seen. And Pisco is the most sensible of the bunch. So there's your soy rankings for these guys. I should put it up on a tier list or something. I don't know. There's only 4 of them, chat. It wouldn't make much of a tier list. So just a ranking, just a simple ranking. We're ranking Pisco number 1. We're ranking, what is it, Soy Pill number 2. We're ranking Hutch number 3. You're not last place, Hutch. Amazing. There's a worse lib than you, I think. I mean, I could be wrong. I just know that IRI's takes on Israel Palestine are pretty horrific, and Hutch's are too, but maybe less so. Maybe less so. I don't know, chat. We got an hour left. What are you voting for? Here, let me make sure that we've got the latest numbers on the poll. What do you want to see? 54. Oh, okay. So it's less now. 54% of people are voting for Hutch, Taylor, Lorenz, or the majority report. 22% of the people want to see why the ceasefire is no longer ceasing fire. 14% for Piers and Geraldo ambush. Young Adam Mockler. And only 10% for Ben Shapiro, but that is 10% and climbing. So I don't know. Rank Lorenz? What kind of liberal is she? That's where we're at right now. The clock is winding down. We're down to the last hour. Of course, the clock expands. It goes back up with your donations. So whether that's a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch, you will literally turn back time. You'll give me more time to cover more shit. The time I allot is about enough time to cover one topic, and I'm lucky if I get to finish. So there's been times where I have not finished a topic because we run out of time, but hopefully that won't happen this time. Let's get through this Taylor Lorenz stuff, and I will keep watching the poll. It looks like, yeah, if we would just switch topics. If we were to have enough time to cover another topic, I don't think we do right now, it would be the ceasefire no longer ceasing at the moment.
No, we did not receive any criticism of this. This is the first criticism that I've even heard of this.
Well,
so
I think it's important because I do think that it was.
I'm sorry you feel this way, but this is just completely.
Well, you don't need to apologize to me. I'm just.
Well, I mean, it's just completely unproductive.
I feel like you're.
Dark sky, sunshine, wind. Oh my God, Chad, I gotta do this. Okay, here, I'm gonna put this back on. I gotta go save my laundry.
No,
I feel like
laundry.
I feel like I'm dealing with the white nationalists because this is all I do all day is go back and forth with the white
Hutch is
nationalists.
bald by choice, but it's not because of that.
It is the same ridiculous argument where it's like, oh,
you think the questions that I asked you amount to like being questioned by a white nationalist?
I will tell you, they are the
much.
exact. Why don't you listen? They are the exact same words you're using, the exact same method of saying, right? When we write about Tucker Carlson, and I've gone back and forth with Tucker Carlson's team on this exact issue, right? We'll say, well, we characterize you as XYZ, far right. Right? Far right is actually even more common than the right with white nationalists. And every time I write about a right-wing influencer and we say, well, we are, whatever, here's the article, here, we're asking you for comment, blah, 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 blah. They will say, I'm not far right. I'm not far right. I'm progressive. In some cases, they even say, even Tim Pool types, I'm actually progressive. Okay, but
Taylor, I think
they're not. Just let me finish.
Well,
so
Taylor, you've been cutting me off this whole time.
Well,
That's crazy. You've been cutting me off this whole time. That's crazy. Wait. Huh. So she's trying to make the argument that I guess I would have made. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what happened in this earlier. We watched some of this earlier, right? But the argument that, look, any jackass can call themselves a centrist, right? You're saying that Dave Smith is a centrist because he says he's a centrist. Like, I would think of a centrist as somebody who maybe like didn't support Trump in the 2020 race, which I'm pretty sure he did. They've been ganging up on her the whole time. Yeah. Well, I mean, is Pisco Do you feel like Pisco's joining in on the? From what I've heard, Pisco is just kind of the complaints people had about him was that, like, you know, maybe he could have said something to Hutch, right? Like, you'd hope that at least Pisco would be like, hey.
Okay, respectfully, all I am saying is that when you're writing an article, do our best to be accurate. Now, if Olivia Juliana is not a centrist and that's so inaccurate, again, she could happily request a correction from Wired. She never did. No one brought
Hutch,
this up.
can I
This was
reframe this? Because,
never,
like,
ever-
Wait, what the fuck? How did she get thrown off? I thought she was going to defend it. I thought she was going to say what like I would say in this situation, which is, yeah, this your definition of centrist is way off. Oh my god. Dave Smith voted for Trump in 2024, had to apologize on breaking points. Yeah, I don't know. And also, like, we're talking about Democrats, right? It was pretty clear to me that what Taylor meant was a centrist Democrat, which, yeah, it does mean a Democrat that's further towards the center. It doesn't mean a Democrat who is Dave Smith, who agrees with Dave Smith on everything except for Trump. That's not what it means.
The point is not necessarily whether or not it's accurate to call her a centrist. If this was like the specific pedantic sticking point, I can see this like, oh, this is for. But no, but it's not. What Hutch is getting at is that this article is clearly viewed as, hey, we're painting these chorus people who are taking this money as these kind of shills, these DNC operatives who are just paid to get these talking points and just repeat exactly what they do nothing.
That wasn't the point of her argument. Her argument in the article, right? That was not what she was on about. The article, if you fucking read it, Soy Pill, is more directed at Chorus and as a dark money group than it is about the creators, right? Taylor understands why creators, if you fucking wave $8,000 under their nose, they're going to pick up. They're going to get interested, right? Because, you know, you go from, being somebody who's barely able to do what you love, for a living to somebody that is, that has a little bit of breathing room and can maybe try other projects, bigger projects. And it's going to get some kind of clout out of this too. I'm sure they, one of the things that Course does, I think, is try to cross-pollinate with collaborations of creators within the program, right? So there's a lot of benefits to that. I feel like the article was very understanding of why somebody might be tempted to do that, but the article is like, here's the dark side of that. Here's what a dark money group is. Chorus is this, and here's why you might not want to be a part of that, right? And the arguments against it at the time were things like, well, if the Republicans are going to use dark money, then we got to use dark money too. What you don't get, though, is dark money could be anyone. Dark money, like it's like there's no transparency whatsoever, and you could easily, and I think this does happen in the Democratic Party. Some of the donors, they're not on the side of they're not on the left, right? Some of the donors are voting are donating to have some control over, either as a contingency in case their party is not, their preferred party is not in power, or more often so that they've got some sway in both parties, right? And so yeah, that's the problem with dark money. That's what she's pointing out in the article, and it's not about attacking the creators or blaming the creators, or witch hunting the creators. In fact, I feel like the article says specifically, like, do not do this. Centrism literally doesn't exist in real. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't exist in real life. Closest thing is people with crazy far left and right ideas as a mix. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say, Davy, that it's an imaginary political. I don't know, how do I say this the right way? People will occupy the center strategically to manipulate the Overton window in their favored direction, which 99 out of 100 times is going to be right. Right? That's generally what happens. I mean, maybe there's other kinds of centrists. Maybe there's like the reverse that exists. Somebody that's really left wing and they're like, I'm a centrist. I believe in single payer healthcare. Yeah, that's the center, right? So like, right? I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never seen somebody do that. I've never seen somebody try to like, whitewash far left ideas as being centrist, right? You have, people like Ethan Klein accusing Hassan Piker of trying to whitewash far left ideas as progressive or, socially democratic in nature. But you don't have, any. It's hard to imagine. Like the converse of what right wingers like Dave Rubin and Barry Weiss and Anna Kasparian, there we go. There's a good example. A right winger that pretends to be a centrist or politically homeless. Ooh, I'm politically homeless. Please help me find a home by purging the Democratic parties of the radical trans agenda. Oh my God. Anyway, chat. AK Rowling.
Centrist Dems do, right? And that's kind of where the perspective that he's saying this is kind of like an opinionated.
That's taking a lot from an article that doesn't say a lot, and I don't doubt that that's how TikTokers were taking it, and that's not how TikTokers and people on Instagram threads are taking it. But if you actually read the article, you will see that it is quite clear what we say, and this is not a DNC.
Listen. But,
this is poor Shelby at the DNC had to like literally kept being like, guys, this is not a DNC program. Obviously, they support the DNC. But the DNC has its own influencer program.
On August 27th.
Chat, now I'm wondering if we're going to get through this. How long is this?
Primarily centrist, pro-DNC.
Yes.
Who have not spoken about Palestine are pro-Israel. Those are your words.
Yes.
But you just said a moment ago, you're kind of distancing yourself from that framing.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
That's what Toyota confronted you with, and you said, well, I can understand why people watch.
We have 56 minutes left. I'm tempted to try to make this faster, but I feel like they're talking over each other so much that it's gonna make it unhearable. I don't know.
Those are your words.
I'm sorry. They're centrist. Like,
I'm gonna lock in here.
Olivia Juliana is not a centrist, and that is factually wrong. And these people are not centrist, and this is factually wrong. That these content creators that are making content with Chuck Schumer, that are making content with Hakeem Jeffries, if I was wrong, if this article is wrong and it's factually wrong, then I highly encourage them to ask for a correction. But no one has asked
Can we do
for
it step by step?
Saying that they are not centrist. No one.
Let's just do it step by step. Hutch, is it your contention that it's inaccurate to call Olivia Juliana a centrist?
I do believe that, yes, and I think that she used that word intentionally. Well, I don't know why you're playing down here. You understand that when Taylor uses that word, it's a pejorative.
Hang on. So separate that intent. So you can make a critique of an article based on its accuracy or based on whether there's some bad motive.
I'm trying to get to a larger.
Is it your contention? I know, but let's just do it step by step. Let's do it step by step, right? Is it inaccurate? And so, and if it's inaccurate, why is it inaccurate?
It's inaccurate because her policy priorities do not line up with what any reasonable person would assert to be a centrist. When you look at the things that she's advocating for. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, you can say you can just make this argument about anything.
But what does it mean to be pro-DNC or pro-Israel?
What
does that mean?
So pro-DNC means pro-Democrat, like pro sort of the Democrat establishment, what I would say, which is very much Chorus's goal. And pro-Israel means that the majority of people that we found that were public, which is why I think it's so crucial for them to actually release these names publicly, because I think if this is not the majority view held among their creators, they should release these names publicly to make it clear what is the ideological makeup of their chorus class. But a lot of the people that we found were also pro-Israel, meaning they were expressing support for Israel.
Isn't it crazy though, chat, that if I was to like, if I was to be, paid by, I don't know, Single Water, right? If that was my sponsor, if I was always conspicuously drinking single water on stream and being like, this is the best water ever, it's so good, then, you know, if I was getting paid by them, I'd have to have like a hashtag ad at the end of my stream title, right? I'd have to, you know, click the like right button on YouTube of this is sponsored content, right? When it's a company, you've got to divulge, right? I can't advertise single water to you covertly. If I'm getting paid by Singa, I've got to disclose that. Why is it that the same rule does not apply to whatever kind of you know, slush money that they want to throw the way of influencers, the political dark money groups like Chorus want to throw to influencers?
Against and
how many creators out of like all the creators that you saw would you say were posting pro-Israel posts? Can you name names there?
Well, that's the point, right? Is that they haven't published the roster. They haven't published the roster, but a decent amount of ones that we checked.
Did anybody in the people that you mentioned in the article, so like Olivia Packman, Brian Taylor Cohen, did any of them post pro-Israel content?
You'll have to go check their specific feeds, but Brian Taylor Cohen.
You claim that they were primarily pro-Israel, right?
Yeah, well, some people that are pro-Israel just don't speak about the genocide in Gaza at all, for instance, and that's
not
another
the same
thing.
thing as being pro-Israel.
Yes, because a way that pro-Israel narratives have been shaped by the media is by not mentioning the genocide. So intentionally refusing to cover the genocide, especially as it was this politically relevant topic.
Is that what you were alleging?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you look at the pro-Israel kind of creator landscape, there's a range of pro-Israel people. There's people that are straight up making content with the IDF. They're super overt about it. And then there are people that are a little bit more behind the scenes, people that are a little bit quieter about it. They might not be overt, but they're still
But by the way, that you're suggesting that if somebody chooses not to discuss the genocide in Gaza, and like that makes them pro-Israel. I find that to be
that's not what I said.
Do you see how this works? The more she talks, the more she gives them. They start to like pull at these different threads and twist them in some pretty contrived directions.
That's not what I said.
Wait a second.
What I said is that
and maybe you can deal with one person doing that, but if you've got that coming at you from, it looks like 3 angles here. I don't know. It feels like Pisco is almost forced to act like a moderator here. Does anybody else feel that? I don't feel like, you know, this is like Taylor and Pisco versus.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't think this is Taylor and Pisco versus Hutch, IRI and the soy pill, as much as it is Taylor Lorenz versus Hutch, IRI and the soy pill with Pisco as like a moderator.
No, what I said is that some people who are pro-Israel,
it's like an ambush.
That they sort of the way that their content manifests is that they are not as overt. So what they'll do is they'll try to tamp down discussion. They'll be sometimes deleting comments, a lot of times just intentionally ignoring the issue, or when they're asked, to interview a politician, especially this was a big issue in the lead up to the 2024 election, you had people saying, like, sort of minimizing the issue, attempting to minimize it, attempting not to get people on the left to talk about it.
Okay,
and
does that
some creators
qualify,
in that program
does that apply to any creator that was mentioned in your article?
Well, you'll have to go through and do an audit of all of their content, but it's certainly
Well, isn't that your job, though?
Was the article paywalled at some point? I'm trying to remember.
You made the claim.
Yeah,
you said that the group was primarily pro-Israel. Isn't it your job to go through their
amount of creators that we saw, that was a common theme. But that wasn't necessarily a.
You didn't say a common theme. You said they were primarily pro-Israel.
Yeah, from the group of creators that we saw, that we were evaluating.
So I'll ask again: was anybody that you mentioned in your article someone that you would say was pro-Israel?
Well, you'll have to go look at the article and figure that out for yourself based on the creators.
Wait,
not
I'm
all of
speaking
the
with
creators.
you. I don't understand.
But we're not going to. There's a lot of creators that we spoke to for this article that we know are in chorus that weren't mentioned in the article.
I'm just.
So something I'll ask here, if anybody knows, did like people are saying this is an ambush? I mean, I've kind of described that's definitely the vibe that I get, the feeling that it gives, right? But I'm just wondering, did she know that they were bringing her on to talk about this article? Like, was this communicated to her, or was this like, hey, Taylor, we have this show called Live and Learn, and every week we have a guest, and we're just reaching out to you to see if you might like to guest on Friday. Did they say that, or did they say, hey, Taylor, you remember that article you wrote a year ago? Well, you know, we just had, we wanted to talk to you about it. We want to talk to you about, you know, other things too. We'll talk about politics. We always do. It's a political show, but we wanted to bring you on and have a segment that's going to be dedicated into digging in a little bit to some of the issues that I have, Hutch, and the other people, the other lads on the broadcast here. Why is it always a sausage party with these guys? Anyway,
just asking you if anyone in your article you consider to be pro-Israel.
Well, I don't know. You'll have to.
How did the intro go? We watched it yesterday, but now I can't remember it. Just like she's like being asked to remember exactly what was in an article from a year ago. Can you imagine how chat? Because here's the mistake, right? You'd maybe be tempted to like, okay, let me bring up the article. Okay, what was the question, Hutch? Okay, let me see here. And while you're looking up Hutch's answer, you're getting peppered with more questions from the others, right? And you just look like this beleaguered. Well, no, actually, the article says this. Oh yeah, but does it say this? Well, no, we didn't feel like that was important. Oh, you didn't think it was important? Okay, I don't know. I mean, it's just like this is a bad time. This is a recipe for a bad time. I don't know how this can be anything other than a bad time. Look, I support like Jon Favreau holding Ken Martin's feet to the fire, right, one-on-one. Okay, this is not that, right? This is not that. And I don't know. I feel like if Hutch, has an issue with her article, I don't know. Would this have been better one-on-one? You almost need a moderator, the way that Hutch is acting and like interrupting her and at the same time claiming that she is interrupting him or being rude to him or being evasive with him. It's debate bro culture is cringe on both sides.
I really don't. I don't remember which creators that we named and didn't name off the top of our head, but I think you can just go.
Lorenz acted like a snowflake by banning me, but she can't take the heat here. Did she ban you for your opinion on AI by chance? Was that during that controversy?
Go and look at them and frankly ask the creators themselves. That's a great thing to do.
I just don't know why you would say that 90 influencers were primarily pro-Israel, but you can't name a single
No. We said 90. We said the creators that we were able to suss out as being part of the program. So one thing that we asked is for them to publish a roster so that people could take a broader look. Maybe this is just a section, right? Maybe this is just a small section that
so it could be an unrepresentative section.
Exactly. It could be a totally unrepresentative section. They could have.
But what was the methodology to decipher whether they're pro-Israel? Was it
mostly whether like their own statements or whether they had shown up in other influencer, like pro sort of Israel influencer efforts broadly? I mean, there are people also that I've talked to in this program that identify as Zionists privately and don't want to identify as a Zionist publicly. So I'm not trying to put specific creators on blast. I actually don't think that being pro or anti-Israel was ever something that was necessarily something that would get you in or out of chorus at all, but it clearly is
that's useful to clear up. So
yeah,
as
and
you sit here,
I said that after the story went up too. Yeah,
go ahead,
Hutch.
But in your conversation on Current Affair, you did absolutely buy into the manufacturing logic that those hosts were presenting, which they were saying that they were heavily suggesting that the creators that were invited into course were chosen because they were not speaking up about Gaza.
So you're talking about a guy that used to work for Brian Tyler Cohen, who was working.
No, I understand that, but you agreed with that framing.
For David Pakman. Well, listen, I'm not going to disagree with whatever he wants to say was his experience working for David Pakman, one of the leaders of Chorus. This is his former producer.
He was commenting on your reporting. He was going beyond his experience, and he was suggesting that Chorus was choosing creators because they were not speaking up about Israel.
He said that he was told when he worked for David Pakman that they were not supposed to be overt about the Israel stuff.
No, I
And you can
understand,
go
but
back and
that's a
listen to
different-
that and take issue
No,
with that. But
that's not what I'm talking about.
he worked for David Pakman. I'm not going to argue with him working for David Pakman.
Taylor, he was speaking about your reporting. They were
in the
characterizing
context
your
of
reporting.
his job, he worked for David Pakman. He was David Pakman's producer, so he would know better than anyone whether David Pakman, what his boundaries were around issues related to Israel and what sort of content they wanted to put up. He would know. He was literally David Pakman's producer, so he knows a lot better than I do. He has a lot more visibility into David Pakman's content than I do.
I think you're being evasive again because I'm not talking about his experience. I'm talking about his characterization of your reporting.
Well, his characterization is shaped by his experience, which he has a lot more of than I do.
But you bolstered that suggestion of manufacturing consent about this issue in Gaza.
I'm gonna again defer you to him. He actually worked for David Pakman, so you
agreed with the framing, Taylor. You agreed with the framing when they were having that conversation.
He worked for David Pakman. So if he says that these were the lines that David Pakman drove when he worked for him and that David Pakman told him this, and he had visibility not into just David Pakman, but all these sort of people that David Pakman worked with, I am going to listen to him because again, he's a primary source.
Okay. Another part of your reporting referred to an older article that you wrote, I think a few months before this course one. And you had described a 2024 situation where the Biden administration was, your quote was, snubbing creators who had lightly criticized Biden. Do you remember saying that?
I think you're talking about my Washington Post article when I wrote about the Biden administration effectively blacklisting content creators.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in your Wired article about Chorus, you described that as the Biden. You said in 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban.
Yes. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
My issue with that is the word lightly, because I actually clicked on that article and I looked up the creators that you mentioned in that article. One of them was Aidan Cohn Murphy. He was tweeting that Biden created a man-made famine, was ignoring the law to enable
but he was
genocidal
blacklisted before
attacks.
all of that. He was blacklisted for the climate stuff.
Well, you mentioned him, and so when you say lightly,
but at that point he had only lightly criticized. So the Biden
no, that's not true. I went through his tweets and I found tweets in 2024. of him,
you're talking about Aidan Cohn Murphy, who is the co-founder of.
Has Hutch ever actually read an article? This is a question, right? This is the question. Some people are questioning, can Hutch read?
TikTok for Biden, just to be clear. The co-founder of TikTok for Biden. So Aidan ended up being very critical of Joe Biden.
But that was a 2020. That was a 2020 effort, right?
No, that was well into 2022. That was
the TikTok for Biden.
Yeah, exactly. Gen Z for Change was
but in
TikTok
2024, but in 2024, Taylor, he was directly accusing Biden of being complicit in genocide.
But we're not talking about that. He's speaking, by the way, as a member of Gen Z for Change, and he's talking about the evolution of TikTok for Biden through Gen Z for Change. And part of the reason why TikTok for Biden became Gen Z for Change, and part of the reason why there was this whole evolution, is because Biden's digital, whoever was in charge of sort of digital press there, was blacklisting creators that were even just lightly critical. And I'm not saying that Aidan
creators were not lightly criticizing Biden.
Maybe Aidan eventually was not, but
it wasn't just him. There was also Elise Joshi. She made similar accusations. She accused the Biden administration of being complicit in genocide, right?
No. But Elise wasn't banned for any of that. It was the climate stuff. This was the climate stuff, and for COVID. So this is all back in. No, this is all back in 2022, 2023, even 2021, when Biden started to say, hey, COVID is over.
Yeah, Brave, I hear what you're saying. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be able to get into that. We're like in the last 40 minutes of the stream. I don't know. Look, I love getting into these topics of, the current controversy that's going on. They just they take a long time to cover, and I don't know if we have the juice tonight to.
For everybody get back to work. A lot of disability activists, a lot of climate activists were lightly being like, hey, well, what about this? What about these promises that you made, right?
Okay,
Khalil Green.
In your course article, you do.
So yeah, just to clarify what I'm referring to there, there's a lot of drama that kind of exploded out from this encounter, and I probably spent too much time on the Tim Miller stuff. Apologies, chat. Apologies. This is maybe more interesting than that. I don't think we got a chance to watch the Tim Miller, talk with Live and Learn at the time. And I was like, well, if Majority Report can still cover it, then so can I. And also, get their, view of things on that. But yeah, this one's more interesting. I just there's like, okay, so it starts with the, debate itself, which we're just getting into. We're seeing kind of what happened. There was more drama afterwards. Apparently Pisco went to his own stream, and people are telling me there's explosive stuff to check out there. Rave, I think you're I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I feel like I have seen thumbnails describing, similar, just describing what you're getting at, right? I just don't know if we'll have it. We got 38 minutes, and I'm wasting it yapping at you.
That several creators were snubbed for lightly criticizing him, and then when I clicked on the hyperlink, the creators that you did mention, they were not lightly criticizing.
Well,
Biden,
because those are some of.
Yo, Raya, thank you for the gifted sub to the Graphicus, the Gaphicus, not to be confused with the Graphicus. Two different Aphicus's. Either way, the Gaphicus just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Thank you for the super chat. And look, yeah, we got 6 extra minutes. All right, I'm trying to cover as much as I can, chat. Thank you for the support.
Expert commentary on that on that fracturing, which is again quoting Aiden, the founder of TikTok.
Or is it the Gaphicus? It could be the Gaphicus. Is that a thing?
Biden talking about Gen Z for change.
Or is that like a tree, maybe?
But a lot of the creators that were ultimately snubbed, I would say, blacklisted, they would say, they certainly did not, in some cases.
Gotta go fast, like Sonic.
The digital team just.
How does Sonic?
That they were liking posts that were critical of the administration.
Well, I read the article. I didn't read anything about that. I just read about.
Well, I'm happy to elaborate.
To zoom out, Taylor. I mean, the point.
No, I'm happy to elaborate, but before I get a chance to, I'm gonna get a question from the soy pill. This is a tag. They tag teamed her. They tag teamed her right when Taylor was about to get one in on fucking Hutch. Here comes the soy pill, with the tag in, and he hits her over the head from the back. Right? This is no fair. Why wasn't the ref watching? He had a foreign object.
Oh, did they or did they not lightly criticize? It's that if you read this paragraph, it seems to be that you're painting President Joe Biden and his administration as this snowflakey, like, oh, you can't even say the slightest bad thing. But in reality,
they were extremely the Biden administration, the way that they dealt with not just the sort of the creators, compared to Obama, not compared to Trump. Trump's even more crazy, but really, I would say compared to Obama, they were incredibly sensitive. And I think that sensitivity only grew throughout his presidency for so many reasons. Number one, he was older. And, I think there was a lot more protectionism. They were less likely to let a lot of creators in. They were getting nervous about unfiltered press. This is also why they started to get very prickly with the actual journalists as well. And again, nothing compared to Trump. Like Trump kicked out all the reporters from the Pentagon and just gave us influencers. However, he was incredibly prickly, and still even compared to his team, compared to most.
I wonder how that's manifesting, because obviously I'm not watching the influencers. If that is who is in the I think it's Newsmax is in there too in the Pentagon press pool, right? But yeah, most reputable news. Did Fox News maybe even Fox News pulled out of that, because you're not. This is not how that's supposed to work, right? They can't pick and choose who's in the press pool, and you can tell what they're doing. They're trying to they're trying to use it this as like to do press, to do PR, instead of this is the chance of the press to get answers for the American people. It becomes this is the Pete Hegseth, like, I mean, they've literally got a makeup room, chat, in the Pentagon, just like Fox News. But yeah, if it is just influencers, right? I wonder how that content like hits the timeline, right? Are there little sections of the manosphere that think that the war's going really great? Everything's awesome. The troops are mighty men of valor, and they're kicking ass, totally winning that war.
the other.
Well, Taylor, I'm just going off of your reporting, and I did read both of these articles like multiple times. I tried my best to really take what you were saying at face value and approach it in good faith. And just in your reporting, the creators that you did cite, I think, went well beyond lightly.
Eventually, but not when they were blacklisted.
No,
Eventually,
in 2024.
Khalil Green. I'm sorry, Khalil Green is not a radical. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not true. Like, these are not a lot of these people. A lot of these.
I'm not calling them a radical. I'm
okay, but I'm saying
taking issue with your characterization of their criticism.
Elise and Aiden eventually began criticizing him a lot more openly. However, neither of those started criticizing him very openly
in 2024.
No. Okay, but neither of them.
Why does that say that?
When they got blacklisted, and Khalil Green has never come out and been some sort of aggressive critic of the Biden administration.
What was the timeline for when they got blacklisted? Do you remember when that happened?
After between 2020 and 2024, it's sort of throughout that whole time period, because it was COVID, it was climate. It was Gaza eventually. It was student.
The examples that you gave, they were not light criticisms.
COVID.
Well, speaking of Iran, that is the next thing I've got on my agenda to cover. However, I don't even know if we'll get done with this. I gotta stop pausing it. But yeah, the Strait of Hormuz, the current state, is it open? Is it closed? Are there mines? Are they being carried by dolphins? We can answer all of these questions and more if we have time for it somehow.
When I read
COVID,
if we get time for it.
A lot of this was also them trying to do stuff behind the scenes. I mean, these were people that, and not just them, by the way, this was dozens of content creators had this experience, and journalists as well had this experience throughout the Biden administration. You can read about it in Alex Thompson's great book. The Biden administration was they became more and more intense about restricting access to the administration, restricting access to press, they for good reason. Now we know why, but it is a fact.
Okay, I want listen. I don't want to bombard you. Let me make one more kind of if you don't mind, if you're okay, I'd like to ask you just one more question regarding the piece, and then we can kind of get to the overall point and just finish.
How come you never asked me or Pisco or Guy?
Okay, let's hear it.
Super chatted $14.41.
So the part of your reporting that I think
is it actually reading? Is it not reading people's TTSs? You know what? It's like that's crazy. I can read it though. Pop that Hormuz. Yeah, there we go. Pop it on Hormuz. Oh, I see what you're saying. That is they cannot confirm or deny if we have kamikaze dolphins. I mean, they've tried it, even if they're not currently using it, even if it's not, it's not a good but yeah, let's add that to Hormuz and see.
The weakest, the most vulnerable to attack is your characterization of the contract language. Specifically, when you talked about the contract required chorus creators to funnel booking appearances through chorus, they had to get express authorization before they what was it, put up content or set up interviews, this kind of a thing?
No, they had to leverage the chorus newsroom when they were making but when they were booking appearances
in the contract. That's what it said.
Yeah,
well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, and look, like certain people had certain aspects of the contract enforced against them. Certain people didn't have aspects of the contract enforced against them. And
did you speak to any creators that were...
Wait, CNN actually said Hormuz for real? Wait, they really did? Is that for real? Or did you somehow take that from what I said? Oh my God, chat, I got spicy vegan fish here. It's like some kind of vegan meat wrapped in nori as like the fish skin, and it's actually really good. The yapping is insignificant to the discussing of the Iran war. True. Although we are having a war of yapping as well going on with Donald Trump. He does like to yap. He does say a lot of bullshit. He's got a lot of bullshit coming out of his mouth, but it's all to manipulate the market so he can molest more money. Donald Trump, the money molester. God damn. Anyway, what am I trying to do? I'm gonna add like sub ad time. 16M. Boom. Because I feel like I yapped. I'm yapping too much. What am I trying to do? Make that sound. The sound of continuity. Continuity of content.
They had to funnel all their.
Because what's content if it's not continuous?
We did speak to a creator who didn't sign the contract because
No,
of
no,
that.
that's not what I asked. Hang on.
Yeah,
The
they were
people
told
are
that.
in
Yes,
the-
they were told that. Yes, they were told that.
Not that they
And-
were told. I'm asking you, did you actually get a single example from any creator who actually had to funnel booking through Chorus?
Well, yeah, we spoke to a lot of creators that funneled booking through Chorus.
No.
Yes.
Hang on. I'm asking you, did you talk to anyone that told you that all of the bookings that they did had to go through Chorus?
We spoke to a creator who was told that all of the bookings that they had to do were, sorry, if they wanted to do bookings, it would have to be filtered through Chorus. And so he chose not to take that. Just let me finish. Why don't you let me finish?
You're not answering my
You
question.
I am answering your question.
You're not. I'm asking
I
you
am.
in practice, did you have a single example of a creator
Yes.
who told you that Chorus in practice told them they had to funnel everything through Chorus?
Yes.
Can you, but what you just described was not that. So could you,
Well, I'm
could you
trying to
elaborate?
give you additional context, but you don't want it.
No, I do, but you're not answering my question.
But you won't let her talk. What the fuck? This is crazy.
Just answered your question. Yes.
Why did she agree to sit in this dunk tank?
I don't think you are.
Can you repeat it, Taylor, just in case Hutch missed
Sure.
something? But
We have.
I'm not sure I heard it to be the same as what was described in the article. So
We spoke. I don't even think we went into this amount of detail in the article. We spoke to a creator that was told when he pushed back on the contract before the contract was signed. He was like, "Hey, I kind of want to sign this contract. I kind of want to do this program, but there's this clause that says I have to use the Chorus newsroom. Do I really have to use the Chorus newsroom for booking?" He was told through his agent, "Yes, you do have to use the Chorus newsroom for booking." Other people, when they took part in the program, when they said, "Oh,
Vegan and Cecia? You are so white. You're translucent, Geller. Look, I didn't say I was vegan. I said the fish was vegan. All right? It's a vegan fish. Anyway.
yeah, I'm going to book this thing," they were told you have to use the Chorus newsroom for that. And they did ultimately use the Chorus newsroom. Other people used the Chorus newsroom and never questioned it. It was in the contract, and it would have never occurred to them to even question what was in the contract because they signed a contract saying this. So they didn't challenge it. When they were asked for comment on this, Chorus didn't deny it. And that's the truth. That's all the information.
They didn't respond to it, but that's not the same as verifying.
No, they didn't deny it.
Well, that's not the same as verifying that the letter of the contract was actually being enforced, and that's the big issue here.
They didn't deny it, and they didn't deny it.
But that's still your job as a journalist to verify that it's something.
I'm bragging about eating vegan fish. Look, the flex would be the fishes. If the fish did veganism, I mean that's impressive.
With the content creators who said on the record that this happened, and that's why it's in the story.
I don't think you demonstrated that in the story. You
We
didn't
have a
demonstrate that
quote
you
from a
spoke
creator
with
saying that he
creators.
chose not to sign the contract over this.
That's not the same thing, though. I feel like you're being quite.
Yeah. So to be clear, like Taylor, there's a difference between a creator understood this contract to be I can't do anything unless I go through the newsroom, and they were not allowed to do it unless they went through the newsroom, and unless they clarify that because they did not comment, it's not really established. And the article portrays it as that is exactly how it was.
The contract, that is how all evidence that we have shows that that's how it was. But did some people maybe not have the contract enforced against them? Sure, I'm sure, because clearly they were only enforcing certain parts of the contract for certain people.
Yes.
So clearly.
Well, no, I mean, what is your evidence for that, by the way?
Speaking to the content creators.
But nothing about
it's called journalism. It's called none of that. Motherfucker. The article is not a story of the article. The article is the article, all right? You do research. Maybe you talk about some of the research you do. Maybe you went up to like a lake in Canada to talk to somebody and it was an interesting experience and you're going to tie that into the article. I don't know. It sounds like a good strategy for padding out the word count though if you get paid by the word, but I wouldn't know anything about that, chat. Anyway, but yeah, this is not but you didn't say anything about that in the article. Oh my god, you talk to people for background. You talk to people for quotes, right? You talk to people who you don't know. They might give you background stuff that you don't write in the article, but stuff that informs your perspective and how you write the article. And you might, end up, taking quotes from that, right? This is how journalism works. Apparently no one who is currently talking, let's put it that way, understand. I'm surprised Pisco is so quiet. What is going on behind the scenes of Live and Learn? I want to know.
Well, that gave me the sense.
Somebody give me that tea, that sweet tea.
They were giving preferential treatment and not enforcing it here and enforcing it there. That was not in your article.
Well, literally, I mean, you can see in the article certain people. Why do you think this article exists? Because the content creators were frustrated. They wanted to speak out about things. They felt like they weren't able to speak out. That's part of why they spoke.
Well, the other thing was like the takedown clause. Like that sounds very restrictive, right? The way that your article describes that language is that, chorus reserve the right to like strike down any content.
I mean, we quote directly from the contract. Yeah.
I understand. The problem here, Taylor, is with all three of these things, the funneling,
you should have summarized you shouldn't have quoted the contract. You could have summarized and made it sound nicer. You should have done PR for chorus, Taylor. How dare you? Yeah, you're right. If people are saying that this guy's brain is the consistency of a smoothie and it's dripping out of his ears and it's running down his leg, you may be correct. I don't know who gave you that idea, but you may be correct.
Authorization, takedown clauses. Would this not be standard language in a contract for a 501c4?
I've seen a lot of these contracts. I just wrote another story for Wired on another dark money influencer program, and none of this language has been in the other contracts that I've seen that are for similar programs.
Whoa.
Okay, but you understand that, like, obviously, like a 501c4, they have to be in compliance with like the law, and to protect their status, they can't have a certain threshold of their operational kind of structure and funds and stuff going towards things like campaigns and elections and things like that. So in that context,
I'm telling you, I write about dark money.
Wait, hang on, real quick. Could you not read this language as a company that is trying to protect its status and the creators themselves?
Whoa! The one time that other panelists jump in, it's to tell Taylor to shut up. What? Why is she putting up with this shit? Again, these guys are small beans compared to her. Maybe Pisco I think has a future. The rest of them do not. These are the dregs of. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't. Soypel, he's a YouTuber. I have not watched his content enough to make like a prognosis on his where he's going. But yeah, IRI is just from the dregs of Twitch poll. Like this is just like he's been around forever. Like, hey, I'm IRI. I go to campaign events. I was the guy in 25 for a white guy. Like it's fair to say this guy's run his course.
Themselves from violating the law.
Well, the creators themselves often didn't agree with what was in the contract and were frustrated that they couldn't speak out, for instance, and disclose that they were in the program. There's nothing to do with the law. Well, that's in the contract, and that's exactly what we're talking about here, right?
No, it's not, though. I'm talking about the funneling, express authorization, takedown clauses. All of these can be explained by a 501c4 trying to be compliant with the law.
No, because I just wrote about another 501c4 that literally just ran another dark money campaign. In some cases, approached some of the same exact chorus influencers, and none of this was in that contract. So.
But their lack of potentially standard 501c things is not, not evidence that this is.
But I'm saying it's not standard. You guys are saying it's standard. I'm saying
Miku's headphone says Pisco has been making a lot of good changes in his content. Yeah, I gave him like he's there's a glow up. He's been doing a glow up, right? Pisco's, his new look. I like it. And yeah, not being as close to sex pestity, that's always good. No longer DGG's favorite law tuber. Now DGG's least favorite law tuber because they're mad at him. That's why I'm a little surprised that he at best is the closest thing we have to a referee here.
No, I have not seen it in other contracts. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in some
Wait,
contracts.
Hutch, are you claiming it's standard? You're not claiming it's standard, are you?
Well, based on what I looked into, this language would be consistent with a 501c4 that is protecting.
Is it your claim that it's standard or not?
Hang tight, Pisco. We can talk in a second. So Taylor,
Conveniently, he doesn't want to answer you.
No,
Conveniently.
if a creator, for example.
So wait, I'm sorry. We can fucking we can sidetrack like Taylor with a question while she's trying to answer another question, but we can't. Pisco can't interrupt Hutch.
Video to their channel where they were endorsing a particular candidate, and the channel, this video was framed as something that came from Chorus. Could that threaten Chorus's nonprofit status?
I think you'll have to look into the details of sort of like how that creator was disclosing it.
The answer is yes. It could possibly threaten their status. So if they had a clause in their contract that they could take down content, would it not be a better, like a good faith interpretation that they could very easily be trying to protect?
I've never seen a C4 put this stuff in a contract before.
Okay.
And
well,
I've written
I can look into that after this.
But maybe they do, maybe they do. But like I said, I have reported on campaigns and I haven't seen it there before. I haven't, for instance, the Build American AI thing I just wrote about, they don't have Build American AI newsroom that you have to use, like I haven't seen this sort of language.
Would you concede that it's possible? Would you concede that it's possible that this language was specifically crafted to make sure that they were compliant with the law?
Until they comment on the record and explain their thinking behind it, I mean, we have no idea what their motivations were.
Well, but Taylor, I mean, like, let's be realistic here. Like, obviously, there are things that these people are restricted by. They cannot appear partisan in certain aspects, and
but
so
that doesn't trickle down to the creator. And I'm actually not confident at all in your reading of that. I would really want to talk to a lawyer, and I'd want to talk to somebody that and say, hey, I've reported on lots of these contracts. Why is it only in this contract and not others? Why do they structure it this way and not in other ways?
My question is, why would you not immediately look?
Does she know that Pisco is a lawyer? Is she aware she's sitting next to a lawyer?
This like news reporter tool, because the way it's painted in the article is like this sinister controlling tool, and not what makes the most sense to me, which is you need to make sure that we're not violating the law when you're reaching out to these places.
Because
and it's
I've
clear
never
that some of
known
these
another
people
C4
were
campaign
able to schedule things outside with other politicians, so long as it wasn't Chorus related, right?
Yeah,
that was
I've
the whole
never.
point.
My point is that I've written about all these campaigns. I've never seen this language in a contract before. I'm not familiar with any sort of booking systems that other people use. I would be very surprised. I talk to content creators that take part in a lot of these sort of campaigns. This is not standard from what I've seen. I'm sorry.
Well,
I know that
Hutch wants to push good faith as Vamps because he's desperate to steelman corruption. Absolute scumbag.
it's your
This is a
interpretation
new kind
of
of.
it.
This is a new kind of media thing, right? Like it's still
No,
pretty
it's not
pretty
that
novel.
new. No.
For
Trump is the
501c4s
right wingers
doing
have been
political
doing this.
stuff,
They've been doing this for a while. The right wingers do it
Well,
all the time. And
you're well aware that 501c4s can lose their nonprofit status if they do too much electioneering, or if they do like event content like around like political campaigns and things like that. And so I question why it seems as though you and your team didn't even consider that
we
this
did
language in
actually
the
we did. I mean,
contract.
we did talk to other people. I had lawyers look at this contract. I had contract lawyers, not to mention all the Hollywood agents that were involved in this. Half the influencers that we spoke to have agents and managers at major talent agencies that were involved in this. None of them raised this issue. So I'm not saying that.
Were you made aware of any actual instance where Chorus requested to take down content from any creator?
No, we didn't find any enforcement action on that.
Were you made aware of any creator that had to get express authorization before like setting up a interview with a politician?
We did talk to creators that were told they had to use the Chorus news.
No, but you keep doing this, Taylor. Come on, you're being.
I'm just telling you. I'm sorry. I'm
not talking about people who are afraid of the contract.
But listen, all I can tell you is what my reporting says, and I know you guys want more. All I can tell you is what my reporting says and what I found and who we spoke to. I'm sorry. I'm not going to keep going around in circles. It is so pointless.
Wait.
You don't.
I'm trying to remember. I'm thinking back to the Chorus drama. I am remembering at some point there was like a contingent of Taylor haters that were like their whole thing was like, but you're a journalist. Like they would ask her a question and she would say, my reporting did not find that answer. I don't know, right? It's about Chorus, it's about the topic, but like, she didn't have that information, and there was some where they just kept on being like, but you're the journalist, so do a journalism. do a journalism and find the information that Chorus is hiding. What is she, the Phantom Thief of Hearts here? Is she gonna do the, she gonna do a Persona 5 on them? Like, how is she supposed to find out information that they're, I don't know, it's like the weirdest thing. Is that where we're getting to again? They start to pepper her with questions that she does not know the answer, that was not in the article, because they didn't have that information. And then, like, aha, she won't give us the information. She must be lying.
Have this issue with any other article that I've written about this stuff. It's crazy. It's just
this is the only
this
article
one.
of yours that I'm familiar with. I did a lot of, I spent a lot of time.
No, like, okay, all right. I'm sorry that, like, I'm trying
Listen,
to explain to you what we found in our reporting.
That's fine. I don't want to press you further. I just want to say that, you know, I do think that you had an agenda with this article. I do think that you had opinions that you put in the article.
You can join
the chorus. You can join the chorus.
I think the narrative that you were pressing was.
I'm sorry.
The corrupt establishment was paying Democratic shills and suppressing leftist voices. I think that is
leftist voices.
Where's
the leftist voices in that? Where does it say leftist? Where are you even getting that from?
Well, the opinions that seem to be censored, like, you know.
I'm sorry. No, that's not anything that she ever fucking said. Oh my God, chat. I touched the curry sauce. That's not anything that she fucking said. Holy shit. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I thought I had, I do. God damn it. I'm so smart. Look how smart I am, chat. Keeping paper towels in the vicinity of my PC. Amazing. I was trying to eat this last bit of vegan fish with the you know, cabbage that they've got here. Just like roll it up, and everything's got this like curry. It's like a chili paste, actually. No, it's supposed to be a curry paste. I don't know, chat. I don't know what it is. She should not have given them the time of day. I'm starting to agree with you there, Spen.
Are too pro climate change, like these are more progressive, more leftist ideas that are, you know, as based on what the article is saying.
You guys sound like
so they're doing an interpretation of what she's saying. They're drawing like conclusions to what she's saying, and it again, it's not, you know, this is classic debate pervertry. This is classic rhetorical diddling of the topic at hand.
But this is what it says in the article. What do you mean?
I mean, I just honestly, can I tell you, this is, I'm sorry to trigger you with the word centrist. This is a mainstream centrist Democrat program. Okay. It's for mainstream centrist Democrats, right? Look at the people that are in it. Overwhelmingly. Brian Tyler Cohen, I would say they're not trying to get radical anarchists for this program. Do you think they are?
I think most reasonable people, when they look at Brian Tyler Cohen, I don't think they would call him a centrist. I think they would call him a partisan Democrat.
A Democrat. This is a program by a notorious pro-Democrat group running a program to increase the Democrats.
What does that mean? Notorious?
No.
1630 fund is pretty notorious. It's a pretty big deal. I mean, it's a
huge.
We're
talking about 1630, or are we talking Chorus?
1630, which is the funder behind all of it, right?
I understand the difference.
1630 is a notorious dark money group. It is literally the liberal answer to the Koch network. I mean, it's very well known. They do a lot of work in the Democrat space.
Listen, that's a separate conversation about like, you know, about like should Democrats do any kind of dark money stuff while this is the
that is the group behind Chorus, dumbass. That's literally what we're talking about. That you're acting like she's changing the subject, right? By her naming the fucking group that Chorus is a part of. Oh my God. Did they say Kat is in the Chorus group? What, Kat Tenbarge? I don't think so. Did anybody hear that? Is that what we're...
because of Citizens United.
Sure. Who cares? But we can debate it. But I'm just saying, like, you guys have this thing, like I have to say, it really annoys me, I guess, because like, I think it's very revealing that you don't engage with most of my work.
Wait a second. I don't need to familiarize myself with your entire body of work to critique this article, Taylor.
Well, I think that the fact that you have only engaged with my work through tweets and through this article has given you a view of things that
Well,
I would argue is
Taylor, you can't throw that at me. I
I-
like your pro privacy or anti privacy law or pro.
You're anti-privacy, pro-privacy, whatever it is.
This is
Post
crazy
stuff.
that
So
with
like,
it,
I have
like
the same beef.
But I Taylor, I saw you making claims about these people. You said that out of the 90 creators, they're primarily pro-Israel.
the ones that we found.
That's a pretty big claim, but you couldn't name anybody. That's
Well, I'm
bizarre
not
to
going to
me.
put them out. I'm not going to. We didn't name the majority of content creators that we found in the program. We didn't name. They're
Of
not
the
named
ones
in
that
the
you named
article.
in the article, you couldn't name a single one that was pro-Israel.
I know that's now who's twisting words. I said you'll have to go through and ask. I don't even remember which creators we named in the article, but you can go through in the ones we did and you can ask them their stance on Israel.
No, but this is your words. You said that they were primarily pro-Israel, and of all the people you named in the article, you can't give me one. That's bizarre.
Okay,
It doesn't line up.
go ask them. Go ask them then. Go ask them. I don't know what to tell
I'm
you.
asking you. You did reporting on them.
He's
It doesn't say anything
specifically
about
referring-
Israel in the article. I don't know what to tell you.
That was your
Taylor,
commentary
he's
after.
referring to your tweet on the 27th. Where
Yeah,
you said
and
the 90
and that's my
influencers.
tweet, and I'm not gonna list out the influencers that are not even named in our piece in a tweet. I'm giving commentary on my article. You can read the article all you want. I don't know what to tell you.
So again, there was a bit of a witch hunt, okay? There was a bit of a witch hunt after the article came up of people being like, hey, this shit lib that I really hate, I bet they're in chorus. And sometimes they were. Sometimes they, like David Pakman, I guess we know. Yeah, the people that she mentioned, I'm remembering, they were like people like David Pakman, I think. It was people like Pakman that they mentioned. So people that are big enough, and I don't know, was Pakman somehow out about it too? I feel like there were some people, you know, it's confusing because like on one hand, there was some sort of an NDA where they weren't supposed to, you know, identify themselves as chorus, which again, very suspicious, right? If you run a network of people and nobody knows who they are, it's just like the Trump thing with the remember the ballroom. Like all of a sudden and you know, who knows, that could have been a group chat, right? You know, a group chat message or a coordinated thing with the Republicans. But when the Republicans, when they all started, you know, we really need a ballroom. We really need a ballroom. We really need a ballroom. It feels coordinated, right? And that's the concern. And so when people see what looks like coordinated actions going on against Hassan, or, you know, in a generally kind of centrist liberal direction, that is why people, you know, that is why people, you know, see chorus under every rock when obviously they're not. Not every, you know, shitlib thing that goes on is due to chorus, but because it's not transparent, you know, people kind of think it is.
It's honestly, it's crazy to me. What is so crazy to me about all of this is that for whatever reason, this like random, like these random people like you, this Destiny person, it's like they are like
this Destiny person
issues with the article that like the 1630 fund doesn't have any issues with it. Even the chorus lawyers like don't
I'm
have
not asking about
issues.
anybody else. I'm just reading.
But it's just,
I
understand, and I do my best. I really try to be an open book, and I really do. Like I go out of my way to engage with people like you that have questions. But at a certain point,
I
you
felt
do
like I
have
asked
to
you good faith questions, and you got very evasive and frustrated with me.
I
And
would
I don't,
completely disagree.
look. I think I've gone back and forth as far as whether this is an ambush for the description, for the title. Sure, I'll call it an ambush because it's more interesting. And yeah, this is a 3-on-1, right? But I was kind of wondering this whole time if it was an ambush, right? If she had known that this was going to be the nature of the conversation that they were going to have, right? And more, I'm thinking no. More and more, I'm thinking, you know, yeah, this was the plan, and I don't know how much all of the members of Live and Learn are on board for that plan, but you definitely don't even really see Pisco interfering with it. So, you know, this is
with that characterization. I do not think that you're coming in good faith. I think that
yeah. And the other thing that's going to look really bad is if you match this up. Look, let's see what time we're on. I'm going to try chat. I know. We're limited time trying to get through this all. We've got, oh God, there's like 30 more minutes left at least, right? I think around 30 more. Yeah, around 30 more minutes, a little bit more left. God damn. Wait, is that right? Is it? Yeah, 30 more minutes. Okay. God. I wanted to compare it to the beginning. Because like when you begin your show with a guest like this.
In LA, yeah.
Okay. All right.
My landlord's getting divorced and is taking back my apartment, so I have to find a new spot. So
Ooh, hey,
Is
man.
that
So
did
he
you do
says.
the interview with Libs of TikTok? Was that in Los Angeles?
yeah, find a new spot. Funny when they die, like, things happening.
Hey,
there she
what's
is.
up, Taylor?
I made it.
Hello,
Sorry for the
hello.
delay. I was on a call.
No problem.
No worries, it happens.
Lots of important things happening. How are you?
Big things happening. Me trying to find a new apartment. Collectively, yeah.
Okay. With Libs of TikTok, was that in Los Angeles?
Oh,
yeah,
you
that
doxed
was
Libs of
that.
TikTok, didn't you?
That we actually live not so far from each other, which is very funny because she doxed herself. She tweeted that picture of me on her doorstep that showed the exact street and the exact house that she lived on before my story was even up. But yes.
Yeah, so look at this. Very congenial. Oh my God, chat, did I write down the time? It was like 1:30 something. It was like 1:30 something, 1:31.
Answering you
I
as
think
best
that's a
as
fair
can.
question because a lot of people that you're friendly with did push that narrative that they were this. Do you think?
Oh, now he's holding her accountable for people that she's what did he say? People that she's like close to?
Even the chorus lawyers don't
I'm
have.
not asking about anybody else. I'm just
No. What she's saying is that if these were quality criticisms, right, there are people who it would have behooved to have raised them, right? It's the same way as like a fucking, and this is the whole thing. What she's saying, like, to be fair, you haven't engaged with much of my content other than this. And it's like, I don't have to, I'm talking about this one thing right here, right? What she's saying is, Hutch, you don't know what we're talking about. You have not educated yourself on this area of political, of political content, right? You're out of your depth. Maybe if you'd kept up with what I was covering, you wouldn't be. And he's acting like that doesn't matter at all. And then here.
But I understand, and I do my best. I really try to be an open book, and I really with it. Even the chorus lawyers don't have.
Yeah, even the chorus lawyers, right? So what we're saying here is kind of like, this is what, like when you're teaching a college class and somebody asks you, but maybe does maybe the people that came up with this mathematical theory, maybe they didn't know what they were talking about, and maybe this is actually like the real thing, and you're kind of like, no, this is not. It's just been peer reviewed, and it's this and it's that. And look, if you want to get a degree in this field and get to know what the fuck you're talking about, and then go after and say, like, I think this theory's got a weakness, and here's what it is, and let me let's get some studies run to disprove this because I think this is wrong. Go right ahead, right? But generally, the freshman in college is not going to be the one that comes up with the the hole in the theory or whatever, right? That's kind of what she's saying. Is like, listen, I'm sorry, but people with a lot of motivation, lawyers, they're paid to come up with these arguments. And if those had been good arguments, they probably would have gotten raised. They didn't, Hutch. They didn't get raised. Do you know more about what we're talking about than was it the Omidyar? No, not the Omidyar lawyers, but the actually, I don't know. Were they the chorus lawyers or the 1630? I think she said the chorus lawyers, right? Anyway, chat, I'm sorry. We're trying to get through this. 22 minutes left. Oh my God. 23 minutes. Oh my God. My voice is failing me.
People like you that have questions, but at a certain point,
I felt like I asked you good questions and you got very evasive and frustrated with me.
I would
don't
completely disagree with that characterization. I do not think that you're coming in good faith. I think that you have a clear view of it.
I read that a lot. I looked into a lot of this stuff. I spent a lot of time on this. I didn't want to take it out of context.
You probably have gone down a lot of wild goose chases on something that's
ill-informed wild goose chases at that, right? I mean, this is like the fucking QAnon doing its own research, right? Hutch, motherfucker, you don't understand that if you want to talk about a subject with some authority, you got to have some grounding on it. You can't just do what Destiny does, which is try to fucking do, his research is trying to cherry pick little things. I'm going to mention this, going to mention that. And you don't know how any of that shit's connected. You don't understand fundamentally what you're talking about. You are just trying to win a debate on the motherfucking internet. And thank you, Proxy Echoes, for giving us 1 extra minute. Look at that. Look at that. Just by following the stream, give us 1 extra minute to work with. I'll take what I can get, chat. I'm gonna try to get through this. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
Do you think that like left?
We're coming down to the wire.
Article to push a narrative that these creators were being paid to be quiet.
It's gonna be all ogre soon.
Irresponsible.
I have said from the jump that Israel was never a qualification that we
I'm asking,
found.
do you
to
think
be
that it
part of
was
the program.
irresponsible of them to do that?
Well, as I just said, I'm answering you, and I'm sorry. I know you keep wanting me to say a specific string of words, and I'm just answering you as
I think
best
that's
as
a fair
can.
question because a lot of people that you're friendly with did push that narrative that they were being paid to be quiet about genocide, which I think is a really disgusting accusation.
What
to
I
make.
would say is that if
Oh, nice.
know the ideological makeup, and I said this publicly since the article went up. We don't know the true ideological makeup of the entire cohort because.
Well, why'd you say they're primarily centrist?
Those are the people that we found, and as I have said from
there's
the beginning,
90 people.
My God. Again, if the ideological makeup of this program is different, this is an argument for why they should be transparent. Because right now, the people that do share certain ideology.
Chat, Vadim just sent me. I was asking Vadim for a certain clip earlier. And, then I went to stream. I'd kind of forgotten about it. Vadim sent me that clip and like 3 others. But the problem is they're on files, right? They're not on the internet. Let me see if I can get this to, I think there's a way, since it's from Discord, maybe there's a way to get it to show up on the browser, but like we're running out of time anyway. We're running the fuck out of time.
They do share certain belief systems.
There's all this cool stuff that Vadim's saying, want to listen to a bit of the Destiny and Hutch conversation after the Taylor Lorenz. It sounds like Destiny is saying some absolutely insane things here. We got Hutch claiming that Kanye, not the Democrats, tanked Israel's popularity. Chat, there's so much crazy shit here. I don't know when I'll talk about Hutch next, but I'm just trying.
And if there
not enough time to
further to the right people or other libertarians or who knows what that is also being funded by this program, then I think it would behoove them to publish the roster because
that's pretty much the gist of it. It doesn't really go much.
Irresponsible for influencers to cast aspersions and just assume that
I think influencers should be arguing for transparency and say until
but that's not what they're doing. So would it be irresponsible for them to just
I think there's so much irresponsible stuff on TikTok, and I'm not going to litigate every single thing. But yes, of course they're being irresponsible. Of course,
I don't know if I can do it.
However,
Copy message link, maybe.
That I think
let's try this.
Making baseless conclusions based on the very small amount of sort of view that they have into it. I'm sympathetic to the people that run the program if they say, well, this is not representative. I would say this is an argument for transparency, right? If you have other class of content creators that are part of your program that have radically different beliefs.
I don't think I'm going to be able to show you this tonight, chat. I'm so sorry. I just realized Vadim sent all these clips. They're really good. I mean, we could maybe play the audio.
Then the content creators that were made public, then why?
Running out of time anyway. Oh my God.
Why can they still not publish their contract? Why can they still not speak out? Why are you still not publishing the roster?
You would have to ask them, but the merits of your reporting are your own, and you're accountable for the things that you say. And when you say, you look at a list of 90 people and they're primarily centrist, and then 2 seconds ago you say,
sorry,
we don't really know the ideological leanings.
We do. No, first of all, the section of creators that we saw, they're pro-Democrat. They're pro, and I would call that centrist. Now there are also
really
just pro-Democrat.
Really?
Well, establishment, they're pro-establishment Democrat. We're not talking about.
See, like literally everybody else knows what we're talking about. You have to take it to this level where you try to deconstruct the meaning of the terms when the terms have established colloquial meanings, right? We all know what a centrist Democrat is. Nobody's thinking Dave Smith. Nobody's thinking Dave Rubin. Nobody's thinking Tim Pool. All right. Everybody knows what the fuck that is. And yes, Olivia, Juliana, I apologize, but the glass slipper fits. That glass slipper fits on Olivia Juliana. And it fits on, the majority of the chorus creators. That's what she was saying. Without giving out names and throwing these people to a witch hunt, right? Which she definitely would have done. Without doing that, she let people know that this is what is typical, that of the, we looked at other creators, and without giving you their names and their identities, which Hutch is like trying to hold over her head now, like, oh, I guess that wasn't really, if you can't give us a name, then it doesn't exist. Good morning. Did you hear that you got a mention on the Do Not Worry podcast? I did hear that. Thank you, Big Al Cake Mix, for the member chat. Let's put 3 minutes back on the board. I could use all the time I could get tonight, chat. Sub ad time. I'm very grateful to anybody donating at this moment, because I'm trying to see if I've got enough time to even just cover this subject. I was hoping to get to possibly 3 other subjects, but just covering this one will be great. Look at that. 3 more hours. I wish 3 more hours. 3 more minutes back on the board, and of course the sound of the lovely sound of continuity. If I can press the right button, can you? Nope, that's the sound of continuity again. I'm trying to get the continuity of content here, chat. I feel like I'm in a Miura manga or something. I don't know. The idea of evil.
We're not talking about the radical.
What does that
people.
mean?
The Falcon of the Millennium.
Anarchist people on TikTok don't seem to be part
The
of
Falcon of Dark.
I haven't seen any of those people a part of this program. I haven't seen those people connected to this program.
Not being radically left is not the same thing as being centrist, Taylor.
Right. I understand that, but
You're
saying
conflating them.
Okay, what label to make you happy, so I don't trigger you with the wrong word? What
something reasonable?
No. Okay.
Wait. This is the stupidest fucking point of all time. That like the Democratic
Party
is a center-left party, and we embrace that, right? This show's called Live and Learn.
Do you think Brian Tyler Cohen is a
wait, Hutch,
you
Democratic Party.
Hutch,
real quick.
Give me the name that you want. I don't care.
The Democratic Party is a center-left party. Is that correct?
Is Brian Tyler Cohen a centrist?
Wait, Hutch, can you answer?
What happened, chat? What happened? Was he going to keep quiet and then he just couldn't take it? It was so much bullshit.
You answer mine.
Answer one question. Is the Democratic Party center left?
Answer mine. Is Brian Tyler Cohen a centrist?
All right. Hutch,
I'm center left. You're center left. We're centrist.
Pisco's question.
Okay.
Like the point is stupid. Yeah, you're right, Pisco. Whatever you want to say about the other things, even if you agree with him on the what was the main. No, you can't really agree with him on anything. This is all tied up in this, right? The idea of what Taylor meant when she said Olivia Giuliana is a centrist content creator. It's very clear to anybody that pays fuck all attention to politics, especially electoral politics, that centrist in this context, when we're talking about a Democratic Party dark money group, means a person who is on the center left, right? Like Olivia Giuliana. Wait, did I say? I feel like I've mixed up her name, Olivia. Oh my God, chat, I'm mixing everything up. But yeah, he has sat back for quite a while here. Then he snapped at some point. He was like, I can't take it. I can't take your bad faith, Hutch. It's too much for me.
What is the right word?
Hutch, wait. Answer the question. Hutch.
Something reasonable? What?
The Democratic Party.
Hutch. You were using centrist as a pejorative, and you know that's what you were doing.
That's different, Hutch. Is the Democratic Party a center left?
See, you are going to always see that from anybody to your left, because you know that they don't look at that fondly. Now, when you're a journalist, sometimes you have to use a word without the, without the pejorative that you might. It's not pejorative to everyone, right? It is contextual. Anything can be a pejorative, right? If you're a Nazi and you say something, somebody really upholds diversity, right? That's not that's a pejorative, right? If you were, anyway.
Party.
Yeah.
He was playing Wordle the whole time. Okay. Oh, Pisco. Was he really? Crotchy, is that happen? What happened on stream? Is that what you're saying? Chat, we'd have time to cover all this if I hadn't covered the freaking majority report thing and the Tim. I just felt like, okay, it's time to catch that Tim Miller thing, right? That I didn't get. I'm freaking out here.
By centrist, right? It's the stupidest fucking point. If what is all is meant by centrist is you're aligned with the Democratic Party, then this is all analytical, right? By definition, being aligned with the Democratic Party on your own view.
When you think of the word
on your,
centrist?
you would have to show in any given case that the use centrist is more specific, and that you're trying to call out something, and maybe that is actually what Taylor is doing when she's using centrist. Stop! Wait! You can't be complaining about interruptions when you're interrupting everyone all over the place. All right. So in any given context,
see what I'm saying, chat? This is what I've heard from everybody.
Is behind using the centrist.
This is what I've heard from everybody. It gets good. It gets good.
But the Democratic Party is a center-left party.
She was using the word centrist because the people that she was trying to appeal to with that article, and I think it's obvious who she was trying.
Shut the fuck up. Where was that article written, chat? Was that article in Wired Magazine? Do you think that Wired Magazine, chat? Now, like, granted, Wired Magazine is one of the last, I guess, publications that Splashson, thank you for the this is a, oh my god, I haven't gotten this one before. This is a super sticker. That's the name. I couldn't come up with it, chat. It says number 1. Number 1. Thank you so much for the Doji super sticker there, and giving us 5 more minutes to try to get through this crazy debate.
Use that word in a disparaging way, similarly to how they use the word liberal in a disparaging way. You know that Taylor uses.
Would you guys not describe liberal? Do you guys not describe liberal? Do you not describe yourselves?
Liberal is appropriate. That's an appropriate label.
Okay, so
liberals are center left, correct?
So let's call them liberals, and that will make you happy.
Well, you have progressive liberal too, right? I mean, I like when I look at Brian Tyler Cohen's his overall priorities and his liberal. Is he liberal?
See,
I would call him a progressive liberal. Very confidently.
A liberal. Okay, we will use the word liberal, and that will make you happy.
Well, I wish you would have used that in the article instead of saying centrist, because you know that you were using that as a pejorative.
Honestly, you have to call up some copy editor and say that to them. But if she had wanted a correct,
yeah, the other thing is she doesn't know how journalism works. Look, I've got some experience in this field. I don't want to get into it too much. It was a long time ago, but yeah, you write stuff. You send it into your editor, and your editor might have some words with you. If the editor has words, that means they want changes, right? This paragraph was to shorten these 3 paragraphs into 1 paragraph, right? You might even get fact checked, right? It's almost like with something like Wired Magazine, it's almost like committee. She's putting together the article, and then everybody who has sway is then like suggesting changes. So yeah, I don't think he understands that either.
She could have gotten a correction, but my point is
beside the point, though.
It is not beside the point.
Hutch thinks it's cool to say the R word. Are you serious? Imagine him meltdowning if sorry, I said it meltdowning. I mean, it makes sense in my head, chat. Imagine him meltdowning if someone else called him the R word. Look, that's what I'm saying, is that that is like one person that I would think would appreciate people not using that slur. That's a slur that maybe bring back some unpleasant memories for Hutch, and it's not. But are you serious? He's like pro R slur. Wait. He's like, yeah, other people should say the R slur. I'm not gonna Does he say the R slur? Does Hutch call people the R slur? Because that's fucking crazy work. That's fucking wild. Chat. That's. No. Look, it's bad enough when Showed Logic does it, and he's just kind of a pseudo intellect, right? Hutch is an empty shell. Anyway, I go move forward.
She could have.
I keep on talking too much.
Radical mischaracterization of her views. She could have reached out and gotten a correction. I would argue it's not a radical mischaracterization of her views.
Is it a false statement? Right? Is it a false statement to call her centrist? I think that's the question. Is it an accurate, Hutch? Is it an inaccurate statement in the article?
Yes, I think it is. Yes.
To call Olivia Juliana centrist.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether or not it's accurate. What matters is it is clear that calling these people
why can't accuracy absolutely
Lorenz seems like somebody who gets over her skis too much. She'll start an argument around, and then she's fleet. I agree with you in almost in a lot of situations, Matthew. I've seen Taylor do that before. I would not characterize this situation there. I would characterize this as Taylor Lorenz very sillily agreeing to sit in a dunk tank. She's not running. She's been being treated with the ultimate bad faith. She's being like tag teamed and dogpiled. And I don't just mean it, like intellectually, like, right? I mean, she's being talked over to the point where, you know, she's getting asked questions and then she's not able to answer it. This is the ultimate like bullshit bad faith ambush. This is basically what Destiny accused Jon Favreau of, right? And Jon Favreau didn't have Lovett and Tommy Vitor or whoever else is on PodSave. They didn't gang up. It wasn't like a 3-on-1. Well, with all due respect, Mr. Martin, you actually, they weren't like bouncing him off the fuck. They weren't bouncing him off of each other like wrestlers, right? Like this, right? This is pretty silly.
Accuracy, absolutely. Like,
but yeah, Taylor, has backed some questionable opinions as of late. I am aware.
What is so hard about doing?
Please listen. Please listen to me for real quick, because you keep doing this. It's not about the.
But are people telling me that Hutch actually calls people the R-slur? Yeah, for me, the Matthew the Cell is mentioning that, like for a lot of people, it's not, it just makes the world a fucking more hostile place. But, even if you don't care about that, right? Even like you would think that adults would want to refrain from using what is essentially a 14-year-old like playground slur, right? A very immature thing to say. And just a thing that belies like, oh, that's the slur that you want to weaponize, right? I don't know. I don't think it's a good look. I think it's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for people when they say it, but yeah, I also get people like Matthew pointing out that it's not too great to be on the receiving end of that shit either, or be of a group that word is often applied to.
Crazy. Whether or not this person is a centrist. If everyone in a certain ideological camp calls these people centrists, it is clear that this is coming from a specific ideological perspective and not just this is objective.
Destiny uses it all the time. Does Hutch use it?
Reporting
I just don't think that the Wired article.
I'm legitimately, because the other thing about Hutch is he's got like a little bit, unlike Destiny, he has a nice guy persona, right? That's how he presents himself, right? I don't know how he is in real life. But he presents himself as a nice guy. I'm surprised that somebody like that is going to be going around calling people the R-slur.
Is it relevant?
The Wired editors are like out to get someone. We're literally just trying to describe issues. I will use the word liberal. I will use the word liberal, and when I write about these people again, I will use the word liberal. I can promise you that.
Okay.
So that
I think you were establishing.
I'd like to respond to Soy Pill. Yeah. It's the potted plant's turn to talk. All right. So real quick on your on your point, Soy Pill, you say, well, in certain circles, this term can mean something else. I'm totally open to us having that discussion, but I think it's relevant to discuss whether the article is accurate first. That's a relevant thing to consider first.
And then we can say, okay, some people might accurately describe her as a centrist, depending.
P2 Car says it's not that wild. I think most people still use that word, especially not online people. Then P2 Car, how come the only place I hear it is online? And also, who the fuck are you hanging around with? What are you, Wooderson, hanging around like high schools and middle schools and stuff? Like seriously, like who are you hanging? Like I'm sorry, but I gotta tell you, somebody that like casually drops a R slur, that doesn't belie intelligence. That doesn't belie a successful life. That doesn't belie, coping well with reality. The fact that you're like, I'd really like to just like kind of, I'd really like to put people with developmental disorders in their place today. It'd be really nice to just like lay down a fat R slur and impress everyone with how cool I am. Yeah, if you think you look cool saying that, you don't. You might not notice it. You might get high fives from certain people, from certain losers. But the wider society, even if they don't say anything, right? Because, we don't want to be politically correct. We don't want to purity test anyone. I'm sorry, you're cringe. Using the R slur, it sounds cringe. I judge you. I judge your intelligence. I judge what kind of human being you are. Even if I don't say anything, you are probably missing out on some invites if you are regularly using the R slur or the F slur or any other fucking shit from 2014 that maybe we should have gotten over when we were in fucking, you know, high school, grade school, middle school, whatever, you know, long ass time ago. You just don't seem like an adult when you talk like that, right? And when people like Hutch or the president use it, people to whom, you know, we know who gets called that word, right? And it's, you know, thankfully these days not people with developmental disabilities and stuff like that. But you know, when people who are, you know, thought of in this way are using that word, it's just like particularly cringe. That's all. That's all. It doesn't need to be a moral judgment. It's just sad. It's genuinely sad.
Ideological point of view, and we can use this to frame what kind of ideology,
to the extent that it's accurate.
It's to
the extent that it's.
Oh my god! I wasted time talking about the Arsler. Why?
What you mean by centrist is democratic aligned? Then of course.
I'm sorry, chat.
Right, and then you can use that to say, well, who is calling all pro-Democrats centrist, and what kind of ideology
I think
is that?
most Democrats are liberals. Are they not? Are they not liberal? Is the Democrat not the liberal party, guys?
Liberal. We're not talking about the term liberal.
But you said, but we're talking. Okay, centrist.
You use that term. You use that term. It wasn't your editor in your tweet. You said you use that term.
I use the term centrist all the time. I use the term centrist all the time.
In
but
a
I'm saying
pejorative way. Anyone can search your Twitter feed and see when you use it.
Shut the fuck up, Hutch. Journalists know how to wear different hats, and sometimes that hat you're wearing is this is my political perspective. For instance, you're on Twitter making a tweet. You're writing an editorial from your perspective. Second case, you're writing an article for Wired. And you kind of take a step back and you take off the partisan hat and you put on the nonpartisan hat and you use the word centrist as a goddamn descriptor instead of a pejorative that it might be. Yeah, I would agree with you somewhat. If I hear Taylor Lorenz saying Hutch is a centrist, I don't think that, hey, I'm not confused into thinking that she has just given that man a compliment, right? It is
and you can search my Twitter feed for the term leftist. See what I have to say about the term leftist on my Twitter feed and see if I'm being really nice about it.
I will after this. I will. I'm
please go do it right away. You'll
well, there's maybe some recent stuff. Is she like yelling at these fucking leftists that won't accept my that AI is the greatest recipe finder ever invented? Like most delicious recipes come from ChatGPT. Just like fucking Richard Dawkins is getting. Look, chat. Just before anybody like assumes I'm like a Taylor Lorenz fangirl or something like that. Even though I did compare that character in the video game I'm playing to her, maybe not in a good way necessarily, but look, I do have you know smoke. I do think she's pretty silly about things at times, right? You know, like like AI can taste, right? It definitely knows which one's the yummiest recipe for spaghetti and meatballs. I do think she can be pretty silly. I do think she doubles down on things that are, you know, inconsistent but I don't think this is one of those times. I don't have a problem with this article. I do have a problem with, you know, the way that Taylor Lorenz is sometimes, and I don't have an issue with this article.
That language for a particular reason, Taylor.
No, I use language. I am criticizing different political factions constantly, and you'll see. Please search the word leftist.
So that's what I'm wondering. Is she now being like these fucking leftists? They hate all AI. What the fuck? Don't you understand that getting recipes is different than Gen AI? And that they use water when they flush their toilets. So if you're going to tell me not to use ChatGPT to find the yummiest spaghetti and meatballs recipe, then, you know, you can't flush. You gotta get a poop knife, chat. Do you know about the poop knife? No, we don't have time to go into the poop knife. I can't even explain the poop knife.
See what I have to say about the leftists. Please search this
in
word.
This story,
okay,
you're establishing a cast of heroes and villains. That's what you're doing. Oh my God.
Okay. Literally, I'm sorry. I know you.
I'm sorry, Hutch. You were reading way the fuck into this.
I have this this
way the fuck into this.
It does remind me of the Tim Pool universe in a sense, because I have to say, like, it's like this like niche obsession with like you're secretly our enemy and you're secretly our enemy.
I don't think you're secret about it. I don't think you're secret about it.
You say you hate Democrats.
I think you have open. Yeah, you have open sort of hostility towards.
Crazy, but so do the Republicans. I don't know.
I think you've displayed in the past like open hostility towards.
We do have xylospongiums, which is what we use instead of toilet paper, obviously. And we have vinegar in here. You know, you see that in there, the liquid? That's vinegar. So if you need to clean your poop knife, you just grab a xylospongium and you clean it. I mean, it ain't too hard. We also got a sponge in there if you're gonna clean it out. You just do like this. Then you stick it back in there. It ain't too hard. I mean, if you have problems where you think you're worried about cutting yourself or something, you don't gotta use a poop knife. You can use the back of the xylospongium. Or you can put the cover on it. I mean, just rinse it off when you're done like that. It really don't matter. It's all up to what you and your family do, but this just works for my family of 6. It works out well. We just put it next to our xylospongiums and our sponge. And that's just what we do. It's just practical. I feel like every household should have a poop knife and xylospongiums. Or at least reusable toilet paper or something. These are just so eco-friendly, and you rarely ever have to replace the vinegar. It just works out. My family of 6 uses a poop knife. This is our poop knife. And a lot of people had a lot of questions about it, so I thought I might as well explain.
Anyway.
We have xylospongiums.
Anyway. Wait, how did the poop knife relate to this? I'm trying to remember now. Oh my god, chat.
I think you have open, you have open sort of hostility towards.
Crazy, but so do the Republicans. I
don't
know.
I think you've displayed in the past like open hostility towards like people that you consider to be like the establishment or centrist or pro-Israel. But then when I press you on like what these terms mean, you don't.
So what's really disturbing, Hutch, is when you know somebody has a certain point of view, and then you see them act as a journalist. And they take off that hat to be like a little bit objective. You're like, no. I've seen her be non-objective. She doesn't think of centrists as neutral. Anyway, this is
really have like great answers.
Say about the right, and look at what I have to say about like literally look at all my political like I know that you don't want to engage with other stuff, and I know you feel that you're sort of I've been very critical about your ideology, but if you think that's because
I'm not offended by that. I don't care about. I'm just talking about your.
But you clearly think that because I'm critical of your ideology, that then I sort of ascribe to this other ideology that you.
Is the argument that anyone investigating dark money in the Democratic Party is an enemy of the left or whatever made up alignment Hutch says that he has? Not exactly. Look, if I was bad faith, I would say yes. But because I do think that's Hutch's opinion. All right. But I can separate Hutch's opinion from the argument that he's making in this case. And, he's not making that argument. He's just making an argument that she is biased and that she that she did some. I mean, that's the motivation, right? What Burple said there about the anyone investigating dark money of the Democratic Party is the enemy, right? That is the motivation, I think, right? But if I were to claim that Hutch had made that argument, I'd be lying. He's got a bunch of little bones to pick with her article, starting from, is Olivia Giuliana really a centrist, to like, you hate centrists, don't you? You also hate liberals, don't you? You're too biased to write this article. Oh my god, we have 5 minutes left. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the blah, blah. No, I'm gonna start the poop knife by accident again if I'm not careful. I found that link way too quickly. Don't you know that there's a whole discourse that's going on now about poop knives? People are saving money in the U.S. Like you only flush your toilet once a week. Use a poop knife to cut everything up, and then it all goes down on Flushing Friday. Wait,
My family has a poop knife. A lot of people have a lot of questions about the poop knife, so I'm gonna answer the number one question. Why do we have a poop knife? So we only flush our toilet 1 day per week. So to make sure it doesn't get clogged, we chop it up as we go. Pretty simple. So after a week, we either chop as we go, or at the end of the week, we slice it before it goes down the toilet, obviously. And we keep it on the
obviously
next to our live, laugh, wipe sign. I absolutely love it, and it works well. We clean it off with our xylospongium, and if you don't know what a xylospongium is, it's a stick with a sponge on it. It's a natural sponge, which is just so nice. We don't use toilet paper. We use reusable toilet paper or a xylospongium, but we prefer the xylospongium, and to keep it clean, we soak it in vinegar, and for special occasions, we'll do lemon water or lime water, but my family normally does lemon water because it's cheaper than lime water. And it just smells so nice in the bathroom. Guests love it. My family has a poop knife. A lot.
Chat, things are getting pretty rough in the US, right? People are trying to find different ways to save money. Going back to the xylospongium, this is what people used in ancient Rome. Literally a sponge on a stick, like she said, soaked in vinegar. They would all share, you know, they would wipe and then they would put it back in the vinegar. But anyway.
Really don't
No,
like.
I don't know if this is about ideology, to be honest with you. I have no idea. I really. No, but I don't.
Does it need to be so sharp? Probably not. Probably not.
I don't know what motivates.
It has to be rage bait. Yeah.
In the context of this article, you were establishing like a.
Oh no! 2 minutes left.
In this case, you had like
2.5 minutes.
Israel centrist.
It doesn't say anything about Israel in our
chills.
article. They're just pro. They are.
No, you added that commentary after the fact,
They
and then
are
other creators
pro-DNC.
used your commentary to push a narrative about them being
they
paid
used
to
the
cover
article-
for genocide.
Well, the Democratic Party, I would argue, has run cover for a genocide.
No,
That's
no,
isn't that kind
that's
of
a
why they
separate
lost
thing.
part of it?
That's a separate thing. They're smearing the entire operation as being about like covering for genocide. This includes people like Brian Thomas.
I'm sorry, when he's saying smearing right after hearing about the poop knife, it's just oh no, chat, my mind's going in the wrong direction. The xylospongium direction.
Olivia Giuliana,
Well-
like they were, you know, Hassan himself has made this claim. Like,
Hassan
I'm just
was
curious
not
if
even
you,
remotely part of
I'm
this
just curious.
program.
But you
He was
mentioned
not even
him.
part of
You
this
mentioned him in this
program.
article. You mentioned him in the old article. You
Because he
mentioned
was
him in this
considered
tweet. You mentioned,
the
so
fucking
he's-
Joe Rogan of the left or whatever.
No, but you're presenting the virtuous alternative to the corrupt Democratic shills. That's what you're doing in this whole thing.
I don't think Hassan is taking dark money.
But you're not. Are you rejecting that's what you're doing? Like that is what you're doing, right? Like
If
you're
you
saying
read-
So there's this real problem, right? I think Hassan is bad. You're directing attention as if these people are bad. I don't like that. That's all. Poop night for constipation? No, God, no.
like radical leftists, and they're
Jealous of Asi? Maybe a little bit. Chat, you're about to be jealous of the stream. I'm about to be jealous of the streamer I raid you into here because we're running down to the last fucking minute here. I don't know, chat. I thought I was going to at least get done with one thing. There is even more of this story, believe it or not. There's more to this drama. I don't know if we'll ever have time to revisit. This has been a 5-hour stream. It feels short as fuck. I know it's not short as fuck, but it feels that way.
Please search my Twitter feed and see what I've said about the leftists. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
But yeah, unless somebody swoops in at the last second, this is going to be adios in a very short order of time.
Criticize people all over the political ideology.
All over the political ideology.
One political faction over the other or whatever. And again, I know that pisses everybody off in that political faction. But what
I need to read what she makes it sound like she has been like talking shit about like leftists, right? She's been specifically, you know, the leftists that, and I know she's had a lot of negative interactions with leftists lately over what she said about AI that nobody in a lot of her community disagrees with her about. So anyway, chat, we are just about, if not totally out of time here. We haven't rated Joven in a while. I'm trying to look at what? That's not right. There's no way. What? No, chat, this has got to be yesterday's. I gotta rewind this. I gotta reload this or something. I'm gonna keep this going in the background because I don't know. There's always a chance, I guess. But
this is some bad faith, like article that's meant to like valorize the left and like criticize that. That's just not what the article says. And I understand that my
Well, the
commentary
article
on
did
it.
say that they're not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus.
Yes,
How do you
that's
explain
true.
that?
That's
No, it's not though. It's not. We know that's not true.
Wait, sorry, they aren't allowed.
Why
sorry.
is it untrue? Wait.
Why do you think?
It's describing the con.
Steelman. Why do you think I'm saying that, Pisco?
So I understand. Listen, I have my issue. I want to bring up my issues with the with.
Why do you think I'm saying that?
Wait. Hang on. I will definitely address that. I will definitely address that. I will definitely address that.
Right, guys.
Hutch. I will definitely address it. So I want to be clear. I have my own problems with the article. It has to do actually.
all right, well, there we go, chat. That's all the stream you get for today. That's 5 hours for me, half day. Irene, something like that. Rating you into the discourse with Brandon. I also should shout out my Patreons. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream since the time has run out. with wow, ton of sunlight still. Let me do that now. Shouts out to Neopergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Jules Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Orlitz Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. Did I actually successfully? Yes, I read out all the names before the raid happened. So we're raiding you into Brandon with the discourse right now. Brandon's on early. That's very lucky for us because we are ending stream early. Otherwise, I would have, I don't know if well, anyway, we wouldn't be able to raid into Brandon. That's for sure. And I haven't raided Brandon in a hot minute. So go over there to say hi to Brandon on the discourse on Twitch and give him my best. Interesting stuff going over there every morning on the discourse, spelled with an E, both on YouTube and on Twitch. So check out Brandon's channel. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe in the chat. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for keeping us relevant with your likes. And there's still a chance for you to like the stream if you haven't already for some weird reason. Maybe you forgot. Maybe this is a good time to remember to hit that like button because it does help a lot. In fact, chat, I will say something. Yesterday's VOD got at least half of its views from people who watched it after it was, done, after I had ended stream, right? And it's probably because of Thumb Gang. So thank you for that. A lot of them were Destiny fans, but that just brings in more people, right? The more of them that watch it, get mad, write a comment, the more people that come in and laugh at Destiny with me. So thank you, Thumb Gang, for doing that. It really does help. Thank you, Patreon. At the end of every month, I am super thankful. Sometimes Patreon makes the difference between me being able to afford my bills and not. So massive appreciation to the Patreons and to everyone who supports the stream. Look for us, since we have 124 Twitch subscribers and 126 YouTube subscribers. I will be seeing about if we can do some like members only streams as a treat, especially if I can get on early and get finished. Then that gives me more time. Some of that time I'll try to use to edit and plan out content, and other of that time I'll try to use for the people that support the stream, whether that's on Patreon, Throne, YouTube, or on Twitch, right? I'm gonna try to figure out a way to pull everybody in. Somebody said Discord. Maybe the problem is that not everybody's on Discord, but we can work with that. Maybe I'll do like a stream on YouTube, like a phone stream on YouTube one day, a phone stream on Twitch the other day, and then figure out a way to get on Patreon as well. When I do it. Anyway, much love, chat. I gotta be gone like Cinderella, or else I will turn into a pumpkin. So have a good one. Take care of yourself and each other.